jam all day.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Interior Cabinet Secretary Kipchumba Murkomen has reassured the public that the government stands with families affected by the tragic gold mine collapse in West Pokot County. He said humanitarian support has been sent to the area, including medical teams, food supplies, and other essential items to help those affected.
Wale ambao wanajimudu kimaisha kwa kuchimba gold, wale wanaitwa artisanal mines, muko na haki ya kufanya ile kazi mnafanya na muko na haki ya kujimudu katika maisha yenu.
Tumepoteza watu hapa, lakini tumepoteza watu wengi, na ile mtu aliongea hapa alisema tumepoteza hii miaka yote kwa sababu ya kutokuwa na usalama.
During the France Forward Summit in Kenya on Monday, French President Emmanuel Macron had to call the audience in order after criticizing some members for being inattentive during a cultural and creative industries session. On his first full day in Kenya, he also joined a morning run, visited a primary school, and took part in cooking activities.
But it's impossible to speak about culture, to have people like that super inspired coming here, making a speech with such a noise. So this is a total lack of respect. So I suggest, if you want to have bilaterals or speak about somebody else, something else, you have bilateral rooms or you go outside. If you want to stay here, we listen to the people.
Treasury Cabinet Secretary John Mbadi has defended the Finance Bill 2026, saying the proposed tax changes have been misunderstood. Speaking in Nairobi, he said the reforms aim to widen the tax base, simplify compliance for businesses and individuals, and improve revenue collection without increasing the burden on ordinary Kenyans. Mbadi said the government is proposing a simplified tax structure for the second-hand clothing sector.
We will recommend to Parliament to bring it back as an amendment because it is addressing an industry problem. And before anyone criticizes this, they should engage the Mitumba people themselves. And saying that the Mitumba clothes will be more expensive is far from the truth. The truth is that if these Mitumba people were to pay taxes today, which they should, based on their income, they will be spending much more than deeming 5%, only 5% of their custom, the custom value of goods as profit and then taxing it at 30%.
South African President Cyril Ramaphosa has announced he will legally challenge a report that could lead to his impeachment over stolen cash from his private farm. Last week, the Constitutional Court ruled that the Parliament acted unconstitutionally in 2022 when it voted against opening an impeachment inquiry linked to the so-called Pala Pala report. Ramaphosa said on Monday that he is not resigning. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast, your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
Welcome indeed. This is Mungala Movie on Radio Generation, The People's Breakfast, 88.8 FM in Nairobi, 90.7 in Mombasa, and 89.5 in Garissa. tuko naye City Mugo kwenye studio. City, habari yako, umelalaje, umeamka vipi?
Nashukuru sana bwana, niko mzima.
Uko mzima kabisa?
Nashukuru sana.
Vyema kujua namna hiyo. Mimi pia niko salama salmin.
Wewe uko salama salmin?
Ndio, dakika ni 5 baada ya saa 12 na huu ndio wakati wa kuweza kuzungumza with the dear Kenyans and let you know what is making headlines around the country and perhaps also what is important to you as far as your governance, your business is concerned. So, today is what? 12th of May. Let us see what is so important or what is significant about this day.
12th of May.
Yeah. Kama watu walizaliwa, kama ni watu walifanya kitu mbaya, tujue leo.
Ama walifanya kitu nzuri, pia tujue leo.
Ndio, tujue. Hebu tafadhali. Please.
Yes.
That is former President Kibaki. You know, it's interesting to know that kuna wase walizaliwa, or rather wamezaliwa and they never saw, na tuko nao saizi, they're adults, wako na ID cards and so on and so forth, but they never saw the era of Moi. Like they never saw the governance or the government.
They didn't experience it.
Yeah, they didn't experience it. And also, the one of Kibaki, they know it ish. They know it ish because
Free education issues.
yeah, wanasikianga tu wanamuona, walimuona. They probably even see clips of him nini, but they have absolutely like no idea how it was to be alive during his time.
Well, they were alive, but this whole thing
Like hawakumbuki. Unajikivi kama venye unaweza kukumbuka wakati wa Kenyatta, the first Kenyatta 1, like we like to call him.
Actually, me, I've experienced all the presidents.
Yeah, and you can remember the times of Kenyatta 1.
I can.
Yes, you can remember the attempted the coup of President Moi.
No, Kenyatta.
Yeah, Kenyatta pia ilikuwa.
Yeah, ilikuwako.
Which year?
Ilisemekana around the 70s. Ilisemekana ya kwamba kulikuwa na Wakamba wengine walikuwa kwa jeshi.
Wakamba.
Ndio Wakamba.
Hakiangai. Wakamba
walikuwa Ndolo, alikuwa mkubwa wa jeshi.
Yes.
Inasemekana kwamba walipanga kupindua serikali. Na inasemekana kwamba walimhusisha jamaa mmoja alikuwa anaitwa Kitili Mwendo, the first African to be the Chief Justice. Sasa tulisikia mambo ya kuu hapo. Ilianza hapo. Sio ati wewe unajua 82. Stories ilianza hapo. In fact, there was an attempted one ilisemekana not long after that, but not much came out of it.
Okay.
Ndolo aliretire akaenda Ukambani akakaa huko. Yes. Now the one we knew was the 82 one, because that one was not attempted.
Yeah.
It was very attempted.
Yes, hiyo ni ile walienda mpaka KBC.
Walienda
wakapata hapo Leonard Mambo Mbotela. No, waliendea Leonard kwa nyumba yake.
Yes.
Wakamleta kwa studio.
Wakamwambia brother,
fanya tangazo. Sema serikali ni mpya.
Na hii inaitwa bunduki. Msijali.
I got you.
Hiyo ni kazi kidogo sana.
Kuna message, maybe kuna salamu specific,
kuna nyimbo mnataka tuweke.
That must have been it. I can't imagine soldiers storming into my house.
Chief, that thing found me in Nairobi. Kwa nikuja kucheza rugby. Kutoka Mombasa.
Okay.
It found me and nilikuwa nimeenda Kenyatta College.
Yes.
Nilienda to visit my brother, nikalala huko. Bro. Hiyo kitu ikatokea kinipata huko.
Yeah.
Imagine such a thing finding you in the university.
Right.
But by the time order was restored,
yes.
So we had GSU coming with the dogs, both male and female. That's when I had this.
Both female what? Dogs?
No, men and women.
Oh,
sorry, I
okay.
apologize. Both male and female GSU officers, and they also came with a K9 unit. Okay.
All right.
And then they had one civilian. Okay.
What was the work of this civilian?
The USU were known to commit atrocities. Where university students were concerned, you would be beaten to a pulp. You didn't die, but you knew you
utakulwa mikwaju ile.
Kuna kitu chakuwa imevunjika. That's the first time I had instructions that was contradictory. They came to where my brother's hall was, and the person who first shouted said, "Kimbia!" Then the next one said, "Lala chini." Now you know
you can't do both.
No, some sat down.
Yeah, because now you're like, okay,
you're not sure.
What kind of instruction is this?
Some people walala chini, wengine walitoka mbio. With hindsight, it was one of the funniest things I've ever seen. You know that this is a real moment where you have an out-of-body experience. You look at this thing and say, this is actually quite funny. In essence, it isn't, because it's a life-threatening situation.
Oh, yes, it is.
But the scary thing was getting a bus and coming to Mombasa, because that's where my folks lived. Hey. Bro, mnasimamishwa. You know, that's when I realized police along the way didn't even know what was happening. You know, this cool thing was actually in Nairobi.
Yes.
The rest of the country walikuwa hawana habari.
Clueless.
So when you're stopped, it's not that they wanted to harm you. They wanted to know.
Nini tunasikia mambo huko?
Nini? How is it happening? Okay. Jeshi, okay. Said bwana hata sisi hatujui. Okay. Next stop again. Wanataka kujua? Yes. The Moi coup attempt was phenomenal. But then thereafter, see, we had Kibaki.
But that 1982 thing, from historians who are there and those who've studied it, they are saying that it completely changed President Moi. Daniel Toroitich Arap Moi was never the same after the day of that coup.
It is said he was a really very nice, very accommodating person.
But after the coup,
attempt,
hey,
he realized, oh,
my friend, kikulacho kinguoni mwako.
Kumbe hii kitu iko namna hii. Okay.
Hapa hakuna obesity.
Hapa.
I realize, but they have something that people want, and it's called power.
All right. Sasa, let me devise ways of making sure I retain it. Bro.
Nasikia number one, those people who attempted that coup, wengi walinyongwa.
More than we know.
Wengi walinyongwa.
More than we know. Because
maliza yeye na kwanza yule maliza wa kwanza ule.
Actually, he didn't need to do that. That's mutiny.
Yes.
That's treasonous.
Right.
Bro, kwa jeshi, you're dead.
Court martial.
Bro, no, you're dead. So you attempted the coup. Okay? You're dead. They also have military police. They followed the thing up. They rounded up really very many people. And people were put in jail. Others were let go of.
Yeah.
But some disappeared. And that story, people didn't ask, didn't talk. But and the numbers were not few.
Yes.
Okay? And the people didn't dare ask. The person who headed the Air Force lost his job. He was in court for very many years seeking, because he said he wasn't involved.
Yeah.
And if you looked at it, the junior officers were involved. If you look at the command of the military, honestly, he would not have known.
Yeah.
He may not have known. Because the highest ranking officer was Senior Staff Sergeant, was it a warrant officer? Ochuka or something. That's not, that's an uncommissioned officer. Bro, it was lower ranks kabisa. Now among themselves, what they call askari, wakifunga hiyo kitu haitajulikana na maofisa wengine. Lieutenant na hao wengine hawatajua.
Yeah, but I understand the president's actions after that. Forget the kunyonga part, but just even firing the folks that you said that he fired, because at this point you cannot be too careful.
Many people lost their jobs, and that man was on tenterhooks.
Yeah.
His administration almost became paranoid thereafter.
Yeah, I can understand. That's why perhaps I heard that he hired a lot of Calais in the army and in the police force.
Bro.
Because it gets to a point whereby...
Bro. There were many... Let me explain so that you understand. The disciplined forces in this country for the longest time had the highest population of Kambas and Kalenjins.
Yes.
So, okay? Then Luya, then Luo, then Kikuyu, almost in that order. So there were many already. It's not that he added the numbers.
Yeah.
He may have promoted some. Okay?
Yes.
But then within the military, there's a gentleman called Tonje, who was, at that time, he was called Chief of General Staff. He brought rules that are applicable today.
Yeah.
And it was very simple. When you're head of the military, term moja 4 years toka.
Yeah.
They're called the Tonje rules for a good reason.
Right.
That's why to date you find that the military, by and large, you may complain about things, but there is a sense of a meritocracy where there's order. Ukifika umri fulani, we remember we're being told with a gentleman who had...
But the colonel that was here.
Yes. Ukifika umri fulani, you know.
Yeah. You retire, bounce.
Unajua. Na 3 months before that date,
kazi inaisha.
We ushaenda.
Unaambiwa hizi zingine una serve leave.
Yeah. You can be contracted to do other things later.
Yeah.
But by and large, you know when you're supposed to leave. It's clear. And that is part of the reason why you find our military haina shida nyingi sana. Yes.
Okay.
What brings the problem is when people are bypassed. Mtu ni colonel, kuna jamani Major General huyu colonel anakuwa promoted, anakuwa boss huyo, hiyo inaleta shida.
Kidogo he was saluting you, now you're the one saluting him.
Inaleta shida.
And maybe at one point ulim skuma
inaleta shida. If it happens once, no, but if it's something that people can see, inaleta shida.
You know, I usually frequent this barracks a lot, and my friend, let me tell you, I usually, because I find myself in the officers mess, wale watu ile heshima wako nayo towards their superiors. It's beautiful to even just witness it, to look at. It's amazing.
Somebody who sees you enters unasimama. Na umepiga hii.
Na kila after every sentence it's sir. Yes sir. Yes sir. Yes sir. Let me tell you something, sir. We are doing this with them, sir.
Nija and then unaambiwa at ease. Then jamani relax kidogo.
Yes. Na wanaongea umdosi anaambia kijana. And by the way, if you want to see how a beautiful country would look like minus mambo ya inaitwaje kitu tribalism, angalia military. Bwana, wale watu hawatambui Mkamba, Mjaluo, Mkisii, Mkalenjin, sijui munini, hawajuangi hizo vitu. They are very disciplined. It's a good thing, isn't it?
My friend, let me tell you, we thank God on our knees, the police force wasn't really that different. Neither was the GSU. The problem is that when politicians started engaging the police service as an extension of their own security detail, bro, shida nyingi zikaanza kuingia. Yes.
In 1937, City Muga, coronation of King George VI. Following the abdication of his brother, King George VI was crowned at Westminster Abbey, presiding over Britain during World War II. His brother was King Edward, right?
Prince Edward.
Prince Edward.
Was he king? I mean, he was a king.
Yeah, he became king.
Ndio kuna dem moja.
Akanoki sana dem flani. Na hiyo wakati bana
waliambiwa divorce.
Akaambiwa bro,
you are wengi.
Not even that. You're the head of the Anglican Church.
No, you are the head of the Commonwealth.
Yes.
You are the king of this great Britain of ours.
Yes. But more so, City, one of
wewe ni mkubwa wa kanisa takatifu ya Waanglikana.
Bro, you're the head of the Anglican Church.
Tafadhali.
You cannot be seen doing things with divorcees and so.
Doing is one thing. Marrying is very different.
Akasema bana guys, there's something called LOVE. Love.
I mean, niko hapo ndani ya hiyo LOVE.
Akaambiwa as the sovereign, those are things that you forget. Those are freedoms that went with you being the king. So you choose. Huyu mwanamke lazima uachane naye. Jamaa akasema, as a matter of fact, I will leave this crown. Hii throne mnadhani tunaitaka sana? Hai bwana. Nani bro, hebu come chukua hii kitu. And hence King George VI was crowned the king, and his brother went to live in France, right?
Alikaa huko sana, alienda hata US kidogo akakaa.
But he later died while in France.
He did.
Yeah.
The lady was called Wallis Simpson. Sasa wajua, the apple yanguka sana from the tree.
Yes.
King Charles has a son.
Right.
Chelewa Mwafrika.
Si ndio hiyo?
Ndio. Masi walizusha.
Hiyo kitu ilileta noma. Ilileta noma. Mpaka wakarealize, guys, we might have let go of a very good king back in the day because of this nonsense.
Yes.
Because when times change, you realize there are some things you can't change. What the heart wants bana. Ikitaka huyu Mwafrika imetaka huyu Mwafrika. Ikitaka mzungu imetaka mzungu. Ikitaka Mlatino, my friend, imetaka Mlatino.
What are you going to do?
Nothing.
So anyway, wajua historia yao jamaa now. There's a certain sense of nonsensical purity that they were seeking to maintain.
Right.
And I'm using the word carefully here.
Yeah.
And you have to ask with history and with the hindsight, what purpose did it serve?
Nothing, absolutely nothing, man.
Bring it to asisi hapa kwetu. Ama zee msichana ni Mkamba. Kwanza kijana Mjaluo, mazao Wajaluo, na you see that one.
Wakisi.
You have not sat and talked to that person. Unajua mtu aina gani?
Yeah.
Traditionally, we always had a go between. Somebody who knew both parents. So there was nothing like at arranged marriage blind. There was nothing blind about it. There was always somebody who could tell you the lowdown and the ups of a family. Kwamba jamaa mmoja anakimbiaga usiku. Na kuna brother wangu mwingine Kalevi. Lakini hawa si shida sana. Kuna aunti mwingine. Mama ni mchawi.
Kuna vitu unasikianga unasema, guys, are we discussing love here or are we discussing something else?
You know.
Yeah? Yeah. It's bad. City, give us our methali for today.
We are in which republic? Sudan.
Yes.
Empty stomachs have no roots.
Empty?
Stomachs, tumbo, have no roots. Hazina msingi, brother. Ama mizizi. Bana ikitaka, tulikuwa tunaongea mapenzi ikitaka. Tumbo iko hivyo. Baba ikihitaji na hitaji.
Unajua, ni kama hivyo tumesema, what the heart wants, what the heart wants. Yeah. Hiyo ya mizizi though, ukifikiria deeply, tumbo inakuanga na mizizi kweli?
Haina. Wajua kile ambacho tunaweza kuita mizizi ni mahitaji ama matako ambayo iko nayo. If the stomach is known for hunger, and for digestion. Yes. It can't digest.
That is its primary role.
Yes, and you can't digest if there's nothing to eat. So mizizi ni kwamba msimamo wake ni lazima ipewe. Huo ndio msimamo.
Ndio iweze kujisaidia.
Yes,
iweze kufanya kazi yake sorry.
Yes. Kwa hiari yake haiwezi kujipatia chakula, ni wewe ndio lazima ipatie chakula.
Yeah. Nimependa hiyo na nimependa tena sana.
Iko sawa hiyo.
Yes. Unaona ile country tunaitanga Liechtenstein,
ile nchi ambayo mazeni ina mambo mengi mazuri.
Yes, that city state in Europe. Their prince is married to a black Latina woman called Princess Angela. And they have really kept it on the down low. You don't even hear anything about this.
No, but Europe squeezy monarchs and waski sana. And even in the ceremony, a goodwill ambassador for nini.
Yeah, but you know their king is one of the richest people on earth.
It is possible.
Yeah.
It's
a country that has got a population of about 40,000 natives. Their king, though, in a country of 40,000 people, is one of the most richest people in the world.
Wajua ancestors wake kitambo wakava out your town waite country.
Yeah.
Brother, wewe unafikiria ardhi ambayo ilikuwa hapo ilikuwa ni nani yao?
Yeah.
And then if you look at the monarchs of Europe, they were related to each other. Okay? And they were wealthy. After all, there was something called divine right. The history of monarchies was the belief that the rulership came directly from God.
Yeah.
Paka watu wakasema mwache mchezo. God gani? Hii God ambayo nyinyi ndio wanaofeva ni Mungu aina gani?
Surely.
Surely. Yes. Wakazusha kwambia mtawache hiyo mchezo.
Mtajua mjui. Let's get down to business and see what's making headlines in the country of Kenya. Nairobi summit hears calls for Africa to focus on value addition. Hii imeandikwa na Maureen Kinyanjui some 22 minutes ago. Na hivi ndivyo Maureen anasema. African leaders, investors and business executives meeting in Nairobi have challenged governments across the continent to improve policies and reduce obstacles, slowing down investment, saying Africa cannot achieve economic transformation without creating a stable and supportive business climate. Very true. The leaders spoke during discussions at the Africa Forward Summit on Monday, where delegates from different countries gathered to explore ways of unlocking opportunities in sectors such as energy, technology, manufacturing, agriculture, and healthcare. Participants said Africa has the resources and market potential needed for growth. And however, weak systems and policy bottlenecks continue to discourage investments. Hii ukisoma unaona vile tumeisoma tu hivyo. It is very true. Weak systems, yes. Policy bottlenecks, very true. Those ones continue to discourage investments.
True.
Yeah.
But what is also true, despite all these things, the number of investors or investments that have sought to be nestled in Kenya, the number hasn't quite diminished, not really. But the bottlenecks, in my opinion, are what hinders us from actually realizing the full potential of what a system within a country that is friendly to investors would do for us, and how that would change very many things. Yes. Bottleneck huwa ni corruption. Usipeleki ukitu mbali sana. Kila mtu kuna mrija mahali.
Number one, watu wetu wako na njaa mingi.
watu wetu ni wezi,
they are greedy.
Wanapenda pesa ambao si zao. Mtu bwana umepewa wadhifa,
ile kidogo kuna haja kuridhisha.
No, na haita kuridhisha. Wajua baba, when you greed haina kipimo bwana. Huwezi kuiweka kwenye ratili.
Wewe sema greed yangu is only 5 kgs.
Yes, ama yangu ni grade 5.
Ama yangu is just 5 meters.
No, it is not. It is not. And it is one of those stomachs that can never be filled. Because
ile mizizi tulikuwa tunaongelea.
Ndio hivyo bwana. Wewe sasa ikiwa unaishi Kilimani, unataka kuishi. Kuna mahali inaitwa Karen. Watu wanataka kuishi huko. Watu wanaishi half an acre, siku hizi nafikiri wanaweza pata. Unataka, umeona wewe eka moja si fiti, nawe 5 ndio mzuri.
Ndio zitatosha.
Ndio so kama eka moja kwa mfano ni milioni kadhaa. Sema kama 20. Mimi sijui gharama lakini nasema tu 20. So baba ukitaka eka 5 it's 100 million sio?
Right.
So ukiongea na mtu ambaye anataka usaidizi fulani ambaye inalingana na ofisi yako, utalinganisha mahitaji yako na ile ardhi. Okay? So unaulizwa, so kaka ukishanunua, ukishajenga, baada hapo
what next?
Na ata realize kwamba
hii shamba venye ni kubwa hivi, sinaweza park chopa kama 3 hivi.
Bas, ndio na chopa huna bado. So unaanza kupigia chopa budget. Kwa sababu nani yako nayo?
Unafanya window shopping, unaona chopa moja ni about 30 million.
Na mama akitaka kwenda nyumbani haraka na mimi naitaka kutumia. Sisi tuna chopa 2.
Alafu moja ya watoto just in case they want to join us.
Yes, wanaweza kuja or marafiki zao wanataka kwenda Mara, ndio. Waende
si watumie ile moja.
Wasikia wanyama kule ile vizuri. Ni mzuri. So 3
So 3 itakuwa ita make sense.
Then you realize no, na ikiharibika moja. So ndio.
Sasa nitakuwa inconvenience nianze kuambia watoto wangu nisaidie na yao.
No. Sifiti.
Let's make them 5.
Let's make them 5. We are safe. Yes.
Yeah, in case of anything.
Mama na marafiki wengi.
Because you know sometimes a friend of yours can be like, sitini nisaidie na chopa. They can take the 5th one.
Yes. Asa na haraka kidogo. Tafadhali.
Sisi
wewe rafiki yangu.
Sichukue nani? So let's do 5.
Ya mpelekee ujamaa nini. Arudi hata kesho sawa. Then rafiki anakuambia bro na fuel.
I'm telling you, T for tough. T for tough.
Bro. Hizi vitu mimi nazipendea kitu kimoja.
Naam.
Unapoita na muumba vyote, utachukua hata moja. Utaviwacha vyote hapa.
Ni kweli.
Na vikibaki wale ambao watazifurahia, hata wengi wao hata huwajui. Biblia sema hivyo. Huwajui na huwatambui. So ni kama wewe unazikusanya ili watu wengine ambao sio wewe ama ambao sio ujuao wao ndio watafaidika na mambo hayo.
You know, yesterday I was just thinking as there was a lot of traffic by the way yesterday because of President Macron and all the other presidents that were here.
Kuna watu walizusha jana bwana.
Kwani hata expressway. Hii expressway moja yenye inafaa kukua ndio express. That road was jam packed. I was like, then why on na nilikuja kujua ni jam packed after nimeingia. So you can I should have just used the that I needed downstairs. I should have just used downstairs.
Ujam vile unajam kawaida.
Because the traffic was crazy. So anyway, long story short, you know, in the morning President Macron took a jog with Eliud Kipchoge. Yeah. Walitoka, I think walitoka zile sehemu za JW Marriott ama Kempinski, I'm not sure, but I know it was Wayakiwe. And President Macron alikuwa amevaa kale ka t-shirt ka kukimbia, ama ni jazi ya kukimbia, na Kipchoge wako hapo, wakatoka wakakimbia Wayakiwe. Kenyans were shocked. They were like, this president has time to just get out and jog in the city of Nairobi. The hotel he's sleeping in, I'm sure, had a gym. And he could have gone to that gym and he could have done the treadmill and so on and so forth.
Na treadmill mazee.
Alikuwa ataka hewa ya
doesn't do the thing.
No, unajua venyewe hewa ya Wayakiwe ni chafu
ni safi kushinda kwao.
It's better than So the guy took the jog and Kenyans online went crazy because they were like, what? A whole president? And I'm like, yeah. Just because US doesn't do it, it doesn't mean that he can't.
Yes.
No,
it was a highlight of his visit.
I just remembered President Kenyatta one years angewahi kimbia.
But Madam First Lady alikuwa kikimbiaga.
Mama ngina?
Margaret Kenyatta.
Unasema ule wa Beyond Zero campaign.
these marathons of racing in India.
Alikuwa anaenda.
Anakimbia. Bro, ukiwa kwa hiyo staff yake.
Itabidi manzejo umekonda. Unaangalia ngeo unaona kwa CV sasa una submit CV wakati wa interview unaulizwa can you run 42 kilometers? You're like but why?
No, Macron just start running. Quotient yangu ya kumpenda imepanda kidogo.
Alifanya kazi mzuri sana.
That was very good.
Na jana kwa summit he spoke French 96% of the time.
It's all right.
And everyone else had to wear those things in their ears.
Ulielewa alikuwa anasema nini?
Of course, especially when he said la chanson chempela kitu kibon tu chanson de Kenya. Hapo alikuwa anasema ya kwamba Kenya is the best country in Africa. And nimeacha. Our president said President Ruto alisema there's a very good reason why France has chosen Kenya to be the place to be. I mean, look at West Africa, Angenda, West Africa, where a lot of those countries are French speaking, Central Africa and so on and so forth.
Don't tell me he put his foot in his mouth again.
Sasa akasema, I mean, there has to be a reason as to why we were chosen.
Okay, at least hiyo ametone down kidogo. Mimi I thought wajua jamaa wetu saa zingine anasema ona bro. Kwa lazima useme.
President Macron vile alikuja kuongea akaambia President Ruto, as a matter of fact the reason I am not there, these guys are fighting all the time. We cannot go there. So that is why we chose Kenya. And Kenyans were like, huh? So there's nothing special about us. It's just that the Francophone countries have rejected them and they're fighting so much. So he said...
No, but we're different. As our fight is on social media.
You know, someone was expecting that, the unique thing about you is that, Kenya is, at a prime place. You guys have got an ocean. You've got lakes. You've got this and that.
And we have not eaten all our wildlife.
Bro, the only reason they're not here is because the preferred place is fighting. But our president did say something that got Kenyans talking. He said that we are manufacturing mobile phones and computers. Bro, when people went to social media, they told the president, we are assembling, we are not manufacturing. Those things are manufactured elsewhere. They are brought here. We just put them together. And some of them, majority of it, it's just repair work. Hapo kwa manufacturing, walikuwa naambia president, bro,
easy manufacturing.
Kuchoma unachoma, bro. Anyway, the point is, the president of France is here.
Me I support Ruto. Unajua kwa nini? Bro. Mtu amekuja nchini kwenu. Si lazima mringie kidogo. Masa usituone hivi. Simu.
Sasa shida ni useme kitu ambayo huyo mgeni atakuuliza hebu nionyeshe na haiko.
Tutakupeleka uone, unaona hii? Tunaona tunaiweka pamoja. Hiyo ni manufacture.
Sasa tumemanufacture hii laptop.
Sasa wewe go and interpret the way you want.
Aulize and where do you get the materials from?
So Shimba Hills brothers ziko nyingi.
Shimba Hills, so we go there and you get the
rare earth. Iko nyingi hapa Shimba Hills.
City uko na shida na udeijua.
Yes.
Traffic.
Tuangalie barabara zetu za Nairobi ama ni barabara za wapi kwingine tunaweza angalia. Nikiangalia kitu niliambiwa inaitwa ramani yangu ya Google Maps. Acha nikwambie ni wapi mnaweza kuwa mmekwama. Ngong Road yote inakaa iko shwari kwa sasa. Ukielekea sehemu za Ring Road pia Kilimani kule ya Center, Agwings Kodai kuko kote kuko sawa. Yaani Hurlingham, Kilimani area huko kote kuko sawa sawa. Including akina Valley ya Kedu kunaona mko sawa. Tukirudi pande nyingine ya Hustlers, Kibra huko pia ninaona ni kama hamjatoa magari yenu. Kama vile tu wale madynasty pia hawajatoa zao. Raila Odinga Way, City Muga iko tena sawa kabisa, inasonga. Hakuna traffic pale. I mean kuna traffic because it's green. That means there are vehicles on the road and they're moving they are moving quite well. If I head on over to the other hustler nation, that is Eastlands. Eastlands watu wa Jogoo Road hamna shida. Watu ambao wanatoka kule Heshima Avenue, Bahati Estate nini mko sawa kabisa. Buruburu Phase 2 mko sawa huko. Kiambiwa kina Donini nini Kangundo Road, that road is looking clean. Wait, it's not clean. It's actually not clean. When you go back a little bit to New Njiru town, there are a few pockets of traffic as you're heading towards Buruburu, but nonetheless delay maybe maximum 5 minutes. right? Yeah, it's moving. Watu wachokaa huko, watu wa Ruai hamna shida nyinyi. Huko ni kama hata hamna baiskeli because barabara zani ni grey. But nonetheless mnasonga vizuri. Tukiangalia sehemu za mihango. Hey, huku kwani what's not happening in Utawala? Yeah, huko Benedicta heading all the way to Nila Baby Shop. Huko side za Naivas Supermarket, there's a stretch of traffic there. All right. If I zoom out and I check out Thika Super Highway, hiyo stretch yote kutoka Kasarani Roysambu na huko ukielekea Kiambu Road, that road rather is jam packed at this particular hour. If I check out Mombasa County, Mombasa Mambaje, nyinyi kama nishakubali after 5 o'clock nasikia huo ndio wakati mnaamka kufanya maombi, mnrudi munlala, sababu nikiangalia Mombasa County lile inajulikana kama nini, kisiwa cha Mombasa kile, hamna trafiki yoyote, barabara ziko swafi. Nikiangalia Lumumba Drive huko kote kuko sawa kabisa, Tononoka nini Kikowani, barabara ziko sawa. Alafu nikikuja bara la Afrika huku sehemu za Nyali, Komani, Kongowea, huko naona barabara ziko shwari kabisa. Wild Waters, Links Road ukielekea kule Nyali Bliss iko sawa kabisa. Ukiona chochote barabarani ambacho tunafaa kujua, longa nasi katika mtandao wetu wa Twitter na ule mwingine wa Facebook na ule mwingine wa YouTube, tueleze shida kwa kweli iko wapi. Let's check out the Daily Nation front page as far as our paper check is concerned. CCTV, phone data to nail priests killers. On the night of May 3rd, a gang broke into a church compound and murdered Reverend Julius Ndumia of the Presbyterian Church of East Africa, Tabuga Parish in Nakuru County. Now, 5 days later, signal from his stolen mobile phone led detectives to 2 suspects. During the cleric's burial yesterday, speakers demanded that police make public CCTV footage that reportedly captures the gang and which detectives told the court is still being reviewed. You will get this story on page 2. There's a picture of President Trudeau and President Macron of France. Yesterday they spent much of their time at the University of Nairobi before the president went to the United Nations office in Nairobi Kulegigiri kufungua mambo mengine. But wako hapa wanasema Macron's plea as France seeks new ties in Africa. French President Emmanuel Macron has acknowledged France's waning influence in parts of West Africa, saying the setbacks have pushed Paris to strengthen ties with Anglophone nations such as Kenya. Speaking in Nairobi at the start of the Africa Forward Summit, Macron noted shifting geopolitics and military coups in Francophone states have forced Paris to refocus on the wider continent, defending France's legacy on the continent as his term in office nears the end.
The history of France in the Francophone countries.
Yeah.
You know, it's simple. There's a guy called Charles de Gaulle that I was mentioning yesterday.
Right.
Around 1958, because he was president immediately after the Second World War, when the call for independence came about, the choice that was given was whether you want to be independent under France or you want to be independent on your own.
Yes.
There's only one country that said si tafanya kitu peke yetu. Everybody else walisema tafanya kazi na nyinyi.
Country gani hiyo?
I think it was Togo, if I'm not wrong.
Okay.
Yes, akina Mali wao walisema tafanya kazi na nyinyi. What that meant was that if you were elected a representative in France, in the Francophone countries, ulikuwa naendaka the French parliament. It also meant that your central bank was in France.
Yeah.
Sasa shida ilianza hapo. You more or less needed permission from the French to do anything you wanted to do.
Yes.
Okay, but the choice had been given. It's not spoken of, but the choice was given.
Right. So it wasn't that he forced.
Yes. But also the leaders who then came in at independence were leaders who were more Francophone or Frenchy than they were Africans. Who were Bonyi and the others. And our jamaa walikuwa wanajiona wa Fransa sana. Now the problem with that is it meant that they neglected a great many of the citizens of their country. The things that brought about the likes of Traore and unajua, people don't know that there's a guy, I think his name was the leader before Traore, what was his name, Drambi, I'll remember.
The guy that Traore removed.
Yes.
The guy ruled for like 3 months.
Yes, but that guy was just buying his girlfriend cars and doing crazy things. Yes.
Alifika tu anamwambia, my darling, you need not to get a Ferrari.
Yeah, yes.
But you a Ferrari.
He was one of those. Akaambia mzee fanya hivi
Kanyanga kubwa. Bounce.
He was brought back, but he's in jail. You see, the point being, the bane of our existence as Africans is leaders who think that you are president so that you can plunder. Okay? Now, France's history in Rwanda cannot be washed away or washed away. They were there when the atrocities were taking place and they did nothing. Let me just repeat it so that it is heard. They did nothing.
Yeah.
They could have prevented very many things. They did not.
Okay.
So, when Kagame and his troops took power, they realized these guys are not our friends. Why do you think Rwanda, which is a francophone country, moved towards the anglophone side? They said no. At the time of need, these guys, when we could have proven these guys were friends, they did not come to our aid. Then there's a group called the Legionnaires. The Legionnaires are the elite military groups.
Yes.
They have also been known to support these tin pot dictators who are in those francophone countries. So what am I saying? I am saying sometimes there is need for you to be honest about the things that have gone wrong. It can't be that they were fighting. A lot of the fighting that is in that part of the country is due to the way France went about working with the dictators who are there. So when other people took over, they probably continued working with the French. But there's very little to indicate that the French told them, guys, you can't rob your country. No. The complaints that someone like Traore had was the cost of uranium and what it is that France was paying them and what the market rate was.
Okay.
My friend, it's an atrocity. It is an atrocity. Ukiangalia kitu. So what am I saying? The very issue that revolves around reparations that countries that were colonizers owe to the countries they colonized. France is one of those countries that hasn't fully admitted and even apologized. The people who have gotten closest to apologizing fully of the Dutch. Their king alisema tulifanya makosa. Msamahani. The Germans, not quite. The British, not quite. Okay? The Belgians, I don't even think they've tried.
Yes, because it is said that if they were to apologize, that apology will be very expensive.
That is the excuse they use. The Dutch apologize. What has happened? Nothing. People have accepted. You are sorry. Fine. And they said, now, reparation tutafanya hivi na hivi, lakini tunaweza kuongea. For what they did in 1905 in Namibia against the Hama and the Herero, they gave 1.3 billion euros for a period of over 30 years. That is saying sorry. Okay, so what exactly are you saying sorry for? You almost decimated an entire community. You jailed, you raped, you pillaged. What exactly are you apologizing for? Huh? The same Germans paid reparations to the Jews for the atrocities that were committed in Germany.
But also maybe the new leaders in these countries that we are mentioning, whether it's the UK, Germany, whatever, the Europeans basically. But they're like, those things were done by our parents, our grandparents, but now we are not party to that.
That logic is utterly nonsensical. What do you mean you're not party to it? You're part of that country.
So they're part of the country, fine, yes. But bwana, ni mama yangu alikufanyia hivi bana. Mimi hata sikuwa nimezaliwa hiyo kitu kifanyika.
You have to apologize on behalf of your mother. It's not complicated.
So maybe for them they're just like, excuse me, Sete Muga, I cannot say sorry to you, and I have absolutely no idea what it is you want me to apologize for.
Okay.
So maybe that, and they're like, you guys are insisting on what exactly?
Bro, hii kalaba ambao wako nayo, ambapo sisi hawatuoni kama binadamu kamili.
Ndio.
Shida ni hiyo.
So they feel like they owe, and this is just me speculating because I have not spoken to any of them. I'm just saying that perhaps that's why they haven't apologized.
Bro, Britain reimbursed slavers. Because when slavery was abolished, they lost business. And that was in its time, that was one of the wealthy, the businesses, ni kama Bitcoin.
Yeah.
You could make a lot of money from slavery.
Yes.
Did they pay reparations to the slaves who were taken to Haiti, the Caribbean? No. Slavers were reimbursed.
Yeah.
So Hiyo ni nini?
And then perhaps basically city wanaona tukiamua kulipa watu bwana tutasota. Ni kama sasa ukuje kwangu uniambie okay kuko hivi na kuko hivi, babako alinifanya hivi, mamako alinifanya hivi, then now you want me to give you, we share this wealth, and I'm like
actually yes, you've got to the heart of the matter.
Yeah, so
we contributed to that wealth, so yeah. Yes, share it. Let me underline it again.
And I get you. So this person, this Mungala movie is thinking city wants me to, he wants this Ferrari that I have.
No, we actually don't want the Ferrari. We can't drive it on our roads.
What I mean is, basically, I have got to sell this Ferrari to pay you.
No, we don't want you to sell the Ferrari. We don't even want your Ferrari.
What do you want?
What we want is a Land Cruiser. Unasikia? Inaweza kukimbia vizuri.
Okay, so the Range Rover, I have got to sell that.
No, we don't want the Range Rover also. It can't manage our roads well. Okay?
City uko na.
I'm already Hilux, double cab.
Hiyo ndio mnafanya nayo.
You can negotiate. Have they tried negotiating and have we refused?
Again.
And then there's the story of the artifacts. Okay?
Hiyo nayo wanafaa kurudisha.
Hapana, that's where I differ. Let's be realistic also as African countries. Are we claiming that they took all the artifacts? They did not. That which remains ziko wapi? Tuko nazo, tuliziweka.
Ukienda hapa museum utaona vitu.
Mzee hebu soma Hot in the News.
Ukienda pale National Museum hapa
hebu soma news bro.
Wayakiwe utaona
vitu. Soma news bana.
Church wants church wars. Sasa hii imefunikwa na karatasi, I don't know what this is, but anasema the disputes that have played out in courts after church leaders fallout have shown how congregations have been turned into pawns as pastors live large by selling hope to vulnerable members. Yeah, we are still on the Daily Nation. Mbadi pegs tax cuts for low-income earners to Iran war. Fuel tax cuts following the Iran war and fear of 35 shillings billion revenue hole forced the Treasury to backtrack on the pledges to include income tax cuts for salaried workers earning below 50,000 shillings. Jana Mbadi alisema, why should mama mboga pay tax na kuna mtu huko sijui alipi tax? And I was like, yeah, you're making sense. Tax everyone. Tax everyone. Hata watu wa boda wenye wanatengenezanga 100 per day akupatie shilingi moja.
Kuna watu ambao wanaitwa watu wa Uber wanaumia. Petrol imepanda.
Ndio.
Na wao whatever the charge,
yes,
hayasonga. So if what they're making was little,
yeah,
take a guess, what do you think they're making now?
Way very little.
Next to nothing.
Yeah.
Sio ni shida kidogo.
Ni shida. But hiyo ni shida ya nani? See, hizo digital the digital apps ndio zinafaa ku adjust prices.
The digital app doesn't use fuel.
I know, but they're supposed to realize. So if it's Uber,
no, we're supposed to protect our workers, bwana.
Ndio nasema we protect them by making sure that akina Uber, Bolt, Farasi, whatever their names are, we adjust prices zao.
Hiyo sasa ni Ministry of Transport. I'm saying
ama ICT.
I use this thing every day. Sometimes they have not adjusted.
Yeah.
Yes. And it should be adjusted. Matatu, which doesn't use app, when adjust immediately.
They usually adjust
immediately.
The moment it has been mentioned.
Immediately.
Hata anaweza skip mkuu kwa matatu.
Immediately.
Usikia si customer umesikia? Haya muongeze 10 kila mtu. Gachagua Kindiki clash on Ruto's call to doctor. A fresh courtroom showdown has erupted between Deputy President Kithure Kindiki and his predecessor Rigathi Gachagua, who claims that President Ruto called a cardiologist to inquire about Mr. Gachagua's health condition during the 2024 impeachment proceedings.
I don't understand. Why is this an issue?
Me too. To be honest,
si mtu ameuliza ale mwenzake, maybe was concerned ama wanasema it's not concerned.
I think the issue is the fact that perhaps he called the doctor directly. You know that interferes with patient-doctor confidentiality, perhaps. Siti, if you are unwell, I'll ask you, or at the very least, I'll ask your next of kin and ask them, ni aje? Wanasemaje huko? Siti anaendeleaje? The next of kin will tell me, tumongea daktari amesema, he's going to be okay, or this is the condition. But I won't go find your doctor. I am not your family member, and it is very clear that publicly watu wanajua tunapigana. So nipigie daktari wako directly nimwambie huyu patient wako anaitwa Siti Muga anaendeleaje. I think hapo ndio shida iko. Mbona ungeuliza? Kuna watu wengi sana ungepigia, including Pastor Dorcas. Yeah, ungepigia, because I mean, having been your deputy president, chances are you know very many of my relatives, including nephews, nieces. Like, there are very many people you would have called to just find out. That perhaps is the argument here. Why did the president want to know the health of the Nini? But if I look at it from another perspective, maybe it was just pure concern. Like, guy, mse tumemuumiza, yani tumemsukuma mpaka amelala hospitali. Hebu tu nipigie directly tu anisho shida iko wapi. Perhaps the president made that call without thinking of the repercussions in terms of the backlash that he's currently getting.
I thank you for the explanation, and it makes sense. I still don't know why it's making headlines.
Yeah. It is making headlines because it is Rigathi Gachagua. I mean, kwani ujui Rigiji? Wewe si unajua Rigiji hata wewe. Miwani land suckers, secret battle is what they're calling it. A purported Mumbai-based businessman, Nagendra Saxena, a ghost figure without a trace and who immigration says has never stepped into Kenya, occasioned a secretive Christmas Eve auction of Miwani sugar. Now, there is a push from powerful state figures to hand over 9,394 acres of communal Miwani land to Crossley Holdings, a private company. Suba MP Karoli Omondi says upon being questioned by Parliament, company directors claimed they could not remember to whom they paid 752 million to acquire the land. Our investigation, that is the one of the Standard, has uncovered internal letters, missing court files, forged documents, and anti-corruption findings pointing to an attempt to privatize public land. This country, bana, is interesting, eh? You know, sometimes I wonder whether I live in this country, and when I read about my country in the papers, I wonder whether we are talking about a different Kenya.
It's the same Kenya. You see all these sugar factories.
Yes.
Miwani was privately owned. It was owned by a Ugandan, Ugandans, Asians of Ugandan origin, called the Madhvani Group.
Madhvani.
Yes.
All right.
They were bigger than Chandaria. They were bigger than Devki. They were big.
Yes.
They were in East and Central Africa. When Amin kicked out everybody, it meant they were kicked out. But they... No. They came in as workers. The British, by and large, was a settler. They were farmers. Hizi commerce, walikuwa hawajui. So it's the Indians who filled that gap.
Hey.
And there was no competition. So they just grew and grew and grew. And remember, they came from a country that already had some of these industries. They knew what to do.
Yeah.
They knew how to bring in cheap labor from India.
So they came in, they saw opportunity.
And they took it.
And they
capitalized on it.
And they've been doing it for over a century, man.
I'm
not complaining, actually.
No.
Yeah.
You're saying it correctly.
Yeah.
And they did it well over time. That's the reason why they grew that rich. When they were kicked out, remember they went to a place like the UK with nothing. But they already had the acumen for doing business. We were talking about this the other day. So what they did, where mtu anakuja saa 3 lunch ameenda 2 hours. Bro, ethics za kazi.
These guys are making everything. They're selling gold, they're selling sufurias,
they're selling
electronics.
Yeah, but that's what Kenyans are doing in South Africa.
Yeah.
You go to a township.
They're selling everything.
Yes, we sell everything.
There's nothing that you cannot find in Parklands, my friend.
What Parklands? Even Chief. It's how we do business. This limitation that you're closed for lunch what?
These guys own hospitals. Several hospitals, bana. Asi wako na do and banks.
Paul, there's something you need to bear in mind.
Yeah.
They understand how to work as a community.
Oh, yes.
If you look at, there are 3 communities in this country.
And Somalis too.
Wakikuyu, Wahindi, Wasomali, okay? Wajaluo. I'm going to explain to you. In the early, not even 50s, 40s, Luo Thrift and Trading Company was formed. Predecessors to Gema. Luos put money together. It was called Luo Thrift East Africa.
Right.
Okay. It bought a transport car. Ilikuwa na mabasi. Zamani hizo ilikuwa. Okay. Ofafa. It had buildings in town. It had buildings everywhere.
Yeah.
They were literally, genuinely trading. Okay?
Yeah.
Now, all this disappeared at some point once Jaramogi, who was the force behind all this, but he galvanized these people together towards this.
Yes.
Now, the people who have staying power and lasted, the Kenyans, the Indian Kenyan.
Yes.
Okay? They understood this, but they were not in politics. They were purely commercial, industrial.
Okay.
But the same principle, pulling money together. Somalis, Kenyans, same story. Kikuyus, same story.
Yeah.
You put money together, you don't get into too much politics, and you keep growing the business. And when a friendly government comes along, you really make good of it. Okay? There's a guy called Almas Otieno, the late Almas Otieno. He started with Thabiti. First of all, he was the first African Kenyan to have an agency, Easy Insurance, what we now call Britam. It was called Anglo-American, if I'm not wrong.
Yes.
Easy Banks unaona, mwanzilishe alikuwa ni Thabiti Banking. Now again, politics comes in. So what am I saying? Those who are in Uganda were not politicians. There are some people who involved themselves in politics. But they had an opportunity to work together, and they did work together. Why do you think Diamond Trust? Why do you think Jubilee Insurance? Why do you think Serena Hotels? Because the Ismailis, known as the Kojas, understand the principle of doing these things together. The Patels in this country are the ones who do the buildings, wanajengaga. The Shah and so forth, ndio wenyezi bank unasikia I&M, which was Biashara Bank and so forth. You can trace it back to people understanding how to put money together.
Those communities have banks. Ukiangalia Kikuyu, man, the number of banks they have in this country. So it is very easy for a quick businessman, trader, whatever you want to call them, to walk into that bank and get a loan.
Because somebody who's closed that bank will stand surety for them.
Exactly. Of course. But I'm saying it's easy for them.
The principle of putting money together to do something, they've understood it. That's really the point I'm making.
Yes. Windy, when you mention. Also, they have several banks. All right. Then the other community you mentioned is the Somalis. Also them. They have several banks. They can literally walk in there
and those banks were created
get money.
As you watched it.
The rest of the communities now, hata wewe unaanza kufikiria kama Mkamba sijui nifungue bank. I'll think about it. Now you have about 3 minutes to do your headlines.
That is perfectly all right. Iran war, 35 billion whole dim pay slips, tax cut. Ushaongelea. Apartment prices fall as supply surges. Apartment prices in Nairobi, high-end areas and satellite towns have dropped in the past 3 years on increased supply and buyer preference. Hii ni hadithi. Mimi sijui. Hii is a story. And honestly,
okay.
State eyes AI traffic lights with 1.1 billion. Story pia. KRA seeks identity of crypto traders in tax cheats pursuit. Best of luck. We talked about the problem that Uganda carrier is having.
Yes, Uganda Airlines.
Yes. It's a fresh start, Kenyan explains France summit. You know this story, we will look at it in greater details, but let me just quote what the Principal Foreign Affairs, Kenya's Foreign Affairs Principal Secretary, Korea Singmoei, has said. The global environment in which this engagement is taking place requires a rethink on the part of the countries involved. He is right. There is always time for a new start on a new day.
Yes.
All
right. Umemaliza gazeti?
Mimi kuisha gazeti.
Acha nisalimie wawili watatu hapa kabla tuingie katika awamu ya pili. Tirikuti amesema tuning in from Kansas. Hamjambo wakuu, hamjambo Tiriki. Mutundung amesema good morning my neighbors, niko Mlolongo, salama salmin, nilipita around 4 a.m. Karibu sana. Douglas Kibogong, morning City, Mbuvi and Edna, anything positivity. Yeah, there's a lot of positivity. Era of Moi building university, people remember negative. You're right. Universities were actually created then, many universities.
Moi ndio alikuwa mwanzilishi. Even building of new schools, we saw them in the Moi era. Why? You know, there was Moi, there's Moi, the other. They were built. They had not existed before.
In almost all the provinces, there was a Moi something.
They were built. They were built. The Kibaki era, I don't remember.
Yeah. Danson Kenywa amesema good morning City and Mbuvi, good morning fellow patriots, nice to be here. Perceptronium amesema tu so Perceptronium Abdikadir. Abdikadir and so good morning Radio Generation. Here in Garissa, we are doing well. Wishing everyone a peaceful and productive day ahead. Danson Kenya amesema great conversation and good refreshing history. Alando, good morning City and Movie. There's this tiny estate between Kariobangi South and Dandora called Civil Servants. Civo, yes. It is said that it was part of Air Force land. The houses had just been built for the airmen. Yeah, I know Civo. Alando tena kuongeza kasema, but after the coup attempt, the president ordered them to be sold. Thus, the first people to purchase them were civil servants, hence the name. Jimmy Kwan, good morning team, good morning. Last but not least, Gloria Mancini amesema good morning Movie and Sage CT. Hapa Jombu Mombasa tuko always locked. Pleasure listening to you, wisdom and facts. Karibuni tena sana. In the next hour, we host Deputy Party Leader of Jubilee, Honorable Jeremiah Kioni. Don't go too far. We'll be right back.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. The Kenya Meteorological Department says rain will continue across many parts of the country. Heavy downpours are expected in the Highlands, Rift Valley, Lake Victoria region, parts of the coast and northwestern Kenya. Some areas could see particularly heavy rains in the coming days. From July 1st, community health promoters will get full medical cover under the Social Health Insurance Fund, and universal health coverage workers will become permanent with pensions. Health Cabinet Secretary Eden Duale said this while opening a new cancer treatment machine at Coast General Hospital, which can treat over 100 patients daily.
You will have a full social health insurance fund, comprehensive, for our UHC staff. On the 1st of July, the whole payroll and your permanent and pensionable will be taken over by our county governments.
The Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission says it will continue working closely with FBI to fight corruption, economic crimes and money laundering. EACC boss Abdi Mohamud hosted FBI Deputy Director Anthony Bailey on Monday, calling the visit a show of trust and a boost to their partnership against organized and cross-border crime. Mohamud emphasized that corruption is no longer a localized challenge, but a transnational threat. The Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission has assured voters that the 3 by-elections scheduled for Thursday, May 14th, 2026 in Emurua Dikir constituency, Poro Ward and Endo Ward will be conducted fairly and transparently. The polls have attracted huge interest, especially in Emurua Dikir constituency, with the DCP and UDA parties expected to square it out. Meanwhile, the Commission is finalizing its 2024-2029 strategic plan and has given stakeholders a 14-day window to submit proposals for consideration as part of the planning process.
We invite you to interrogate the draft document, identify the gaps, and propose practical, evidence-based recommendations.
The Commission also prioritizes electoral technology in the operation plan and how that will impact in the next general election.
Successful conclusion of this process today and beyond will then help us to map out and decisively handle any electoral challenges and opportunities going into the 2027 general election.
UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres is calling for an immediate ceasefire between Israel and Iran and wants hostilities involving the US to stop. He also urged reopening the Strait of Hormuz, warning that disruptions are hurting the global economy. Guterres asked for an end to the fighting in Sudan and South Sudan, saying thousands of civilians are being displaced.
I think it is absolutely essential to find a diplomatic solution. And my strong appeal is for the negotiations to go on until that diplomatic solution is found, the ceasefire to be maintained, and in between the Strait of Hormuz to be completely open. I think that is the only way to address the problem. Any restart of the fighting would have terrible consequences.
And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning. I'm Winnie Maganga.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
A very good morning to you. Welcome back to Radio Generation. The time right now is 6 minutes past 7 o'clock. And like I told you, in this hour, we do have Jubilee Deputy Party Leader Jeremiah Kioni. And the question is just how united is the opposition? Mheshimiwa, karibu tena sana. Back to Radio Generation.
Tuko hapa tena.
On Tuesday, when you were here last, kuna mambo ulisema, imewasha moto.
Sasa lazima tuzime moto. Lazima tuzime moto ama tuakishe moto.
Yes.
Sijui itakuwa namna gani.
Siti hiyo kitu nambu uweke chini hivyo. Iko sawa. Haya. Yes, you were saying
namna gani. Unajua hakuna kuwasha moto. Kenya is always we are always on fire.
Yes.
Lakini sijui ni gani nilisema kwa sababu nilisema mambo mengi.
I think it is that issue of the opposition having to put itself together, the opposition being decisive, and the opposition being very clear as to who their presidential candidate is going to be, so that they can start battling it out properly with the incumbent president. But I also think what the opposition needs to do is for them to tell us what exactly it is that they're planning to do if Kenyans decide to give them the opportunity to be the next government.
Actually, I'm of a contrary view.
Okay.
I cannot vote for something I don't understand. Neither can I support something that lacks clarity.
Okay.
Okay. If the question is asked as to what the plan is, and it's always a work in progress, and without the details of what this work in progress is, the issue of running a country is a fairly serious issue. And when you are an alternative, or you say you are an alternate government, it means you are a government. And you should have the same thinking as those who are in government or who are elected in that position. Meaning, everything they talk about, you need to be able to have a point to speak on the same subject matter.
Yes.
And in detail. When they say this is it, you say, yes, we agree, but you could do this and this and this. That's what it means. But in the absence of that, you see, my point of view is that Mheshimiwa did not talk politics when he was last here. That's the problem.
What did he talk?
Issues. He didn't politic.
Yes.
He did not do the things that politicians do. Talk about the same thing. Because most of our politicians say the same thing.
Yes.
He brought out issues and said, look, these are the issues that one sees. And he pointed to the reality of what people with whom he shares the platform of being in the so-called united opposition. He spoke and said, this is what I see, and this is what I think. But he prefaced that entire conversation by saying something has been on his mind, and it was on his mind even the night before. And he felt this is something he needs to talk about. If there's one thing I know people fear, is the truth. They fear it more than a gun, they fear it more than snakes, they fear it more than any reptile like a crocodile. Because the truth lays bare what you do not want to face.
Yeah.
Every politician garners or seeks to garner power. The purpose of that power in politics is so that you can participate in the equitable distribution of resources for the people you represent, and also for the nation, because it's a twofold thing.
Yes.
You're supporting and you are providing a service to those who elected you, but you're also serving a larger purpose for the entirety of this particular nation, whether it is bills, the things that people do in parliament. Now, when you have a group of people who say they are parliament, and they, by appearances and by their actions, they are more part of the executive, then you know you have to be afraid.
You do. And let me tell you something, Mheshimiwa, also. It looks like there's a lot of truth speaking going on now amongst politicians, because CS Oparanya, just a few days ago, he said that it's becoming increasingly difficult for him to campaign for President Ruto in ODM strongholds, because every time he goes to a place, anaulizwa Sifuna ako wapi. So it looks like you sparked something.
I'll tell you, it is. I admire Oparanya also, because he's not a person who will talk behind there. He will tell you what is in his mind.
Yes.
Umpende, usimpende. And we have other old guards like Olengo.
Right.
Olengo will also tell you the way it is, the way he sees it, and he will not sugarcoat it. Whether it is Uhuru he is speaking to, whether it is Ruto he is speaking to, whether it is Raila he was speaking to, all these things. And these are individuals who have been around for a while.
Yeah.
They have shaped the politics of this country one way or another. If it wasn't for the boldness of Olengo and team, including Akina Mwite, Gitovi Manyara, Kiraitu Murungi, who seems to have drifted towards the end of his tenure, we will not be where we are. I mean, you are not going to stop me from telling you, from saying what has kept me going. In fact, I was asking young people, and I can tell you I have a heap of young people who I wouldn't want to mislead one way or another.
Yes.
Even yesterday I met some of them, and I was telling them, you have to ask yourself, why is it that some people still remain more relevant when they are not elected than when they are elected? And they are the people want to listen to more than those who are elected.
Yes.
And I told them it is just one thing. What drives you? Is it the issues of the people, or is it the greed of power and some money in your pocket? And that informs you about the sufuria that was on my head.
Yes.
And I can tell you, and I have said it before, the only other person I saw resonating with what was driving me in those mandamano was Sifuna.
Yeah.
It was Sifuna. And we would have some early morning meetings before we hit the road on those sufuria campaigns.
Yes.
And with Baba seated there. And I could tell that in the whole of this mix, the people who woke up to really push something is Baba there. I could see Sifuna, and I would resonate with what it is that they were doing.
Yes.
And after that, there was the challenge of what is Mount Kenya thinking, because we are not seeing them joining these mandamanos. There is a lot of talking of people who don't destroy our properties and the rest. You remember that kind of a challenge?
I remember.
And then we said, myself and Mother, and I have a lot of respect for Mother.
Yes.
Let's organize something called Rimuru 3.
Yes.
Rimuru 3 was organized by me and Mother and a few other leaders of political parties that are predominantly within the region.
Yes.
Without the funding of the so people, people keep talking about money coming from so and so, and every time they see a movement within the political circles, you talk of Uhuru.
Yes.
I want to tell you, I was the SG of Jubilee then. He didn't help us do Rimuru 3. Rimuru 3 was a thing we said, kuna mambo ambayo hasio sawa kwa hii mlima. That time the deputy president was Gachagua.
Yes.
And unajua pia alikuwa anasukuma mambo ya mlima. You remember we were being beaten when he said that when you come across police officers on the road, don't think they have come to kiss you.
Yes.
So such utterances were really putting us in the opposition from the mounting at a very awkward place, because we were being told, we doubt that you are part of this. Yet we are struggling, we are dying. You are the business community that is suffering most at Ruto's regime, but your people are not coming out, they are not supporting. And I kept saying, and though I didn't have a very strong voice, was that the thing about the people in the mountain is when they decide.
Yeah.
It is at Rimuru 3 where we said Ruto must go. And I can tell you people couldn't believe what is Kioni talking about. And we have come a long way. That time, those who were in government, including Mheshimiwa Ligiji, we were fighting them, they were fighting us.
Yes.
Now they are with us. I have no reason why I should be fighting Ligiji, and I want to say it here on air. I cannot be the one fighting those who are on our side.
Okay.
Including Ligiji, Kalonzo Musyoka, Matiang'i, Wamarwa, and the rest. It is we have a cause. Those who believe in the fact that this government has failed.
Yes.
In fact, somebody reminded us in Kinangop, huku pali naitwa Githapai. You should start knowing this country.
Kinangop najua.
Lakini pali naitwa Githapai.
Hapo sasa ndio nitajua.
Kanyanyaini.
I'm hearing of it for the first time.
Pahali baridi ndio unaweza fanya export. Tulikurwa na baridi kwa masishu kule.
Okay.
And one person said, na huyu mnaona hapa, huyu ndio nilisikia akisema mambo ya one term mara ya kwanza. This is the man who came up with it, and it's true. I talked about one term. I was the one talking about mambo mengi pale. In me, I said no to this government on the 23rd of August 2022.
Okay.
Not 20. Yes, 23rd of August 2022.
Right.
That's when I said,
immediately after they were
you got it wrong, Kenyans. And then, of course, people said, oh, Mugoroki, and those kind of things. So I will not hesitate to tell you a little more of what I think, what I see. And it is even easier for me when I'm not an SG. Because when I'm an SG, I have to sit and continue pushing one agenda, which is the party's view. When you are a deputy party leader, you wait for those groupings, NEC or whichever, to then come together as a party. But when I'm this way, I will exercise a little bit of my
liberty,
and it is the way it should be.
Yes.
Then shape the narrative of the party when you meet, agree on that line, then continue.
Yes.
That liberty is there. Yesterday I was heading towards Nyeri. I wanted to attend the burial of this celebrity who was murdered in Nakuru.
Yes.
But on the way there, because of the social media these days, you can be able to keep tab of what is happening. And I saw the political
temperature
within it, and I felt I don't want to join in that. And I was saying how I wish there was another way of showing my last respects for this Mchungaji. But I had already taken part in the demonstrations in Nakuru.
Yes.
And this is not the end of it. So I drove past the venue. Went to some places up there called Chagachiro.
Okay.
I came across some three was there. One of them is Joshua, the other one, there were three locals. And I asked them, na nyinyi dunia mnaonaje? One of the things that I must thank God for is that those are gentlemen I just came across kwa barabara.
Random people.
Na wakaniita jina. Sema Kioni, ni wewe? Yes. Sema yes, sogeni tukaketi kapo kwa kiti. I have photos we can share. Kamuuliza hii dunia mnaonaje? Sema nyinyi tunangoja mtuambie. Lakini si hii watu naona kama watawashida tena. You know the wote walisema kwa kauli moja. Na wanasema tunaapa kula haitapatikana hapa. Hata ya kuibiwa haitapatikana hapa. Kitu kingine mfanye. Lakini sasa nyinyi ndio mwanze kujipanga. Tunataka kuona clearly. Nikauliza hiyo ni kusema nini? Unajua tuko na wakataja, tuko na Ligiji, tuko na Kalonzo, tuko na Matiang'i, tuko na Wamarwa, tuko na Madha. Nikasema kwa nini hujataja Kioni? Akasema unajua Kioni hata wewe iko, lakini Kioni na wewe na Matiang'i hapo hawakumaliza. I could tell quickly that they know I have been campaigning for Matiang'i.
Yes.
Now that I've mentioned, I need to make one statement clear.
Yes.
Matiang'i is a presidential candidate of Jubilee Party.
Yes.
And you do not have to be a party leader or a deputy party leader to be a presidential candidate. Because I've seen some things flying in the social media. You do not need to be a presidential candidate. You don't need to be a leader
within the party
for you to be an official within the party
to be a presidential
candidate.
Okay.
You only need to be a member
of the party.
Okay. And you don't even have to be a 10-year-old member. You could be a 3 days old
member,
or 3 months, whatever. So Matiang'i is there. And two also, because it's important,
yes,
is that the final, endorsement is done by the NDC. And the NDCs are coming to endorse.
Okay.
Between then and now, every other person within the party who wishes to become a presidential candidate
can express interest
too. Okay. So if Kioni now thinks, I have sold Matiang'i enough, I want to throw myself into the ring also, that is also available for me.
All right.
And XYZ. So I think it is important to make that. But it's also important to mention that the party structure is a little different from what we are seeing in ODM and other parties. Because the last NDC was solely to amend our constitution. And one of the things I made clear and possible, of course with the help of others, including lawyers, was that you can no longer antagonize Jubilee Party as an individual. We have a veto power with the party leader. Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta happens to be the party leader today.
Okay.
That veto power was availed to that leadership so that the party is never again in the kind of difficulties that we found ourselves for 3 years. And allow me again to still drift away from where you are. Because those 3 years, if Jubilee was not in court, we will not be discussing about Uhuru being in politics today.
Okay.
He has always had the mind of retiring from that active role in a political party.
Yes.
So that becomes the elder the country wants to see, where every other person can go and say, we are having this. So he continues being in politics because those who are in government and those who were in government are now in the opposition didn't allow him to execute his political agenda within the last 3 years.
Okay.
I say that because this is a discussion we have had with him. He honestly wanted to hand over this party to another group of people and also to create room for young people to come in and get into the leadership of this country.
Okay.
A lot I think we will play if it goes, if it continues, or we continue in the same direction that we are in. As of course, as it is now, we can say many things, including that the fact that he is also not in very active politics.
Yes.
You can also get, like, there are times people will rush to him and tell him things that are not accurate. Kioni anatukana Gachagua. And you know you can get some kind of thing. My mother taught me that insult is not something that you can eat. Even my father, and we have been insulted, myself, my family, and it is not me who will fight insulting you in public. That doesn't that doesn't mean that I will not tell you what I think. It doesn't matter
what is in your mind. Utasema
hiyo sasa, wewe ukienda ukisema umetekwana wa shauri yako hiyo ni yako, kwa sababu naye you see the constitution allows you to have that expression also. What I wanted to say is this three you know, the Mwananchi, because I found him wakikunywa sigara na ni moja walikuwa wanasaidiana watu watatu. Sasa kwa heshima kuniona wakazima. Kauliza hapana, kwa nini unazima? Pengine hata mimi nilikuwa nataka kidogo. Kwanza nataka ile kubwa. Akaniambia hapana, si ile kubwa, akanitoaje, akaniacha ita cigarette, kawaida cigarette. Joking. They had a profound statement. Nyinyi mtuambie mmoja wenyu. That's what they're waiting.
And they will support.
And they will support. I want to tell you this. Those who support, those ones will support you. And this is the fact. There's a statement that I never made there, which I want to make now.
Okay.
They will support. Na yunasikia, wanasema, hata wewe, nikamwambia, if I say the one I told them and then they give me an answer, it will become even more controversial. Kwa sababu Wakenya si pubafu. Hii Wakenya unaona?
Ni kweli.
And the people looking for votes, some people have gone. Yesterday I was driving along that road. I saw a young man who wants to become an MP in Juja. Akona billboard America Jubilee.
Yes.
Red. Akona igine America blue.
On the same road.
Same road, almost a couple of buildings ahead.
Okay.
Na akona igine haina chochote, iko white.
Same person.
He's playing safe.
I will mention the name of another guy because I can't remember this guy. He's calling himself Wajuja. Somebody Wajuja.
Okay.
Dawaya Wajuja or something like that. This other guy I saw on the billboard is Jamre Kamau. A name known.
Yes.
He's on a billboard na colors green namna hii ya manyasi, lakini it is not a party. Amejiweka pale. That's the reality that we are in as a country. And what people are saying is that serious leaders in this country are saying, don't paint me something, because I don't even know what that paint stands for. But I know there's something I can offer to this country. And that's what you heard Kangata say. I'm not going to run on this party. So there are serious leaders in this country who are not going to through some levels of sycophancy. We have, of course, another heap of leaders who are looking for sycophancy. They can only be something by being next to somebody. But there are those who have already made their names and they start for something. And they may have told you, watch out. You never did. I mentioned another name. Derito Muriithi. I mentioned him when I was here last time. Former governor Laikipia. Lee Kinyanjui, former governor Nakuru. Those guys will be elected on something
that is not UDA.
That is not even you.
Okay.
Whoever you are. You know, forget about UDA. UDA is not on the cards. And I have said this, it's not on the cards. Like if you go to the mountain, if it's a question of parties, it's a question of DCP and Jubilee. And PLP and others parties are there. I'm not
dismissing them.
But it is going to be that kind of a battle. Given where we are, Jubilee has a lot of work to do. Because in the last couple of months, we have lost ground. Because we have not been on the ground. And we've not been talking to people. Na siasa ni kama kanisa kila Sunday. So I was saying that those of us in the opposition must start talking and winning Kenyans as we go along. Because there is another generation here. See, I've told you about those three gentlemen. What kawaida. Kuna hii group yenyu. Ya miaka yenyu ambao watu ambao hawana devu. Zaidi zinaanza.
Mimi ni millennial. Unaongelea juu ya Gen Z?
Naweza basi iko namna hiyo. Tofauti najua ni kidogo sana. Lakini iko kubwa. Na hawa they also are saying we want change. But not for the sake of it. They are looking at all these people and saying, hii watu yote mmekelea kwa mesa ni sawa. Mna manyamaza. So when Leader Mwananchi thing came, they flocked there. What does that tell you? Kama ng'ombe zimekuwa zikikunywa maji kwa hii mto hapa. Alafu mnatembea kwa barabara, mmeona mto mwingine na unasimeanza kukibia kwenda kukunywa maji kwa padio na walikuwa nakunywa hapa. It means that perhaps that water has some minerals that are certainly not available here. It doesn't mean that wamefika. But it means there is something they are still looking for that is still not quite available. And that's the challenge that we have. And those who are whom we have mentioned as presidential candidates have to answer to that.
Mheshimiwa, actually, now that you've mentioned Linda Mwananchi, one of the leaders of Linda Mwananchi, Sifuna, has been mentioned now lately. Sana. Now, anasema perhaps he should get into the united opposition and deputize whoever you will choose to be the running.
And I will now tell you the challenge that we have at the united opposition. Now that you are the one who has brought it on board.
Right.
United opposition, as opposed to Kenya Kwanza, or they used to be Azimio, are yet to come up with a written document specifying, among other things, guiding principles, organizing principles, what they stand for, who are the party, who are the coalition partners, and what do they aim to achieve. We understand it because we've been speaking about it on different levels, platforms, and the rest. And this is the other reality of politics in this country. When you are not in power, to be able to get yourself into a coalition arrangement, you can imagine the amount of things that are going to be thrown your way by those in power. So that is now the united opposition, which is literally led by, you can literally pick the leader is Rigiji. Anaweza sema si yeye lakini ni yeye. Hali yako the united opposition inaonekana ikiweko. Then we have something existing called Azimio. Azimio, which was again in the process of handing over, because literally I can tell you the fourth president would want to exit from that very active role of politics. He again told Kalonzo Musyoka, organize this unit. You are the senior politician in that line. And as opposed to Rida Mwananchi, Azimio has coalition agreements recognized by the relevant statutory bodies.
Okay.
And you can walk, there is a way of joining, there is a way of exiting, there is a leadership structure that exists.
Yes.
So it is an organization that is also available for the 2027, I believe. And I say this why? Because as you say, Sifuna, walk over to the United and deputize.
Or even be president, but
he
should be on the ballot. That's what they're saying.
Yeah, but this wacha tuongee ile mambo iko. If you walk to the United Opposition to deputize, you'll either have to be a member of
Azimio.
No. Wiper, Jubilee, DCP, PLP, DAPK. I don't know which other parties are there. Why? Because they are there as entities.
Okay.
And there is nothing that ties them together. So you'll have to be a member of one of them. So if it's Sifuna, you'd have to come over to Jubilee and become a member of Jubilee and then deputizes or becomes the presidential candidate of Jubilee, whichever. In Azimio is already a coalition agreement that has all these parties, and they have a way of becoming members of Azimio party. So it becomes perhaps an easier way of organizing ourselves. And I'm not saying it is the only way.
Yes.
But I'm looking at what is already on the table. As other entities come on the table, we will compare with them.
So if Linda Mwananchi were to form their own party called Linda Mwananchi Party, they can't come and join the United Opposition as a party just like PLP.
They will come on to the United Opposition and be seen moving around with the United Opposition. But as of yet, there is no agreement that you can append your signature on.
Okay.
That I am aware of. And it is possible that it exists, but when I was the SG of Jubilee Party, I never saw anything like that, and I kept looking for one. And that is why we were asking ourselves, when we are in Bele, we agree on this. When we go to Olkarau, we are agreeing on something else. Why? Is because there's nothing written that you can say tulikubaliana haya. Kila mtu anasema hapana, leo ile wakati huo kulikuwa na jua, leo kuna nyesha, kesho kuna baridi. Again, you cannot run opposition politics on those kind of platforms. So the other thing that I think is important to say here is that in the United Opposition, in the Azimio coalition, one of the things I saw very useful with Azimio was that there was really freedom of expression. Nobody was ever reprimanded for having said something that was contrary to what Raila said.
Okay.
Even when he chose to go to broad-based, he came over and said, I am going. We may have called him a betrayer. That's what we did, and we called him a betrayer. But he came and went, and he betrayed our cause. But you know, he never signed out of Azimio.
Yes.
He never signed out of
Azimio.
And I want to tell you, he kept telling people, don't exit Azimio. He never encouraged anybody to exit Azimio. There was a party called, a party that I saw the other day, Reform something.
Renaissance.
No, not Renaissance. The Reform Party of Kenya. Kenya Reform Party or something like that.
All right.
And they wrote a letter and said they want to exit Azimio. And he called them. He called the entire leadership of that party.
This is now Raila.
And asked him why. XY said, this is not... This haitawasaidia. Just withdraw the letter. Kaeni vile muko. Continue doing the things you want.
Yes.
You never know when you need this platform.
Okay.
That was Laira. So if Sifuna then was to say, I am going to remain within the formation that I was in. I think the Oburu team was trying to say that they have left. One of the other places that is a safe place for, I believe, for the Rida Mwananchi,
yes,
a quick one where they cannot get lost would be a place like Azimio. But of course they have also the United Opposition. All these units. So wakati watu wataingia kwa room, sababu itakuwa watu wataingia kwa room, itakuwa watu wakijiuliza sawa, tumeingia hapa, sisi ni akina nani? Kule nje Wakenya wanajua yinyi ni opposition. Hapa ndani mtakuwa mkijiuliza sisi ni akina nani? It is always advisable that you define yourself much earlier, before the competition becomes difficult to work on.
Something I found interesting, Mheshimiwa. The group that refers to itself as the United Opposition appointed Dr. Mugisa Kitui as their spokesperson.
Yes. Has he ever spoken?
He's been here and we've spoken with him. As you say correctly, the person one hears the most in the group that refers to itself as the United Opposition is Rigathi Gachagua.
The person who
is heard the most.
Always.
Every day, to be precise.
Okay.
Is Rigathi Gachagua. Kalonzo speaks once in a while. But I bring in the spokesperson because Mugisa Kitui has gravitas. He is not just your run-of-the-mill politician.
No.
He's been through the grind. He has credentials. He is not a nobody in Kenyan politics.
And he may be having a better view of what Kenyans also would want.
Actually, he would have a very clear view because he has been in this position of being in the opposition for a very long time. Okay? Now, as a spokesperson, when you have somebody of that seniority or pedigree and he doesn't speak, what are we to interpret? Everybody else speaks and yet you have a spokesperson. Should the spokesperson not be the one who is speaking these matters?
Well, no, you see, I will never take away what a politician like Ligiji brought on board to the opposition, because that was also lacking big time. You need somebody to take on the government of the day on a daily basis. And he has been doing that even yesterday. He still took them on when he was in the church.
He does it every day.
Well,
every single day.
And there are Kenyans who are happy about that. And there are also Kenyans who are also happy with the reserved stature of the spokesman. There are also Kenyans who are happy with the diplomatic approach to politics of Kalonzo. So every of the individuals who are in that unit have a following. But I wouldn't be worried about Rigiji speaking every day. And I'm not worried about it. I'm happy about it. But I'm concerned about the ever silence of the spokesman. You know, once in a while, he needs to come and issue a statement that has been signed by all the individuals on board. Then we know, we get to know that something is moving on. And it doesn't have to come and tell us that we have agreed that you are the presidential candidate. No, but you need to win our confidence that that's the direction we are going. It becomes more scary for me when you seem to be the one pushing us, like it was agreed, but the spokesman is not speaking, it is me speaking, or it is me waiting, or it is me doing this. Then a little bit of confusion comes out.
Yes.
My candidate, Fred Matiang'i, who is more, structured, would not be out there saying, I am, but siasa naye pia unajua haitaki ati hausemi, lakini his nature ni kwamba hasemi kwa sababu gani? Tuko na spokesman. So some people respect some of that, others are more political than the others. Hii mambo yote ikikuja kwa meza, Wakenya wanaanza kuona kama hii menu inasubua tubo. And that is why I'm saying we are not very close to the elections, but we are not far at all for some of these things to be done.
You know, Mheshimiwa, when somebody says what we have is not good, and you have been heard, the next thing somebody expects is not that this person will go or this is bad. They expect this is what is better. And this is what is better is not you. No. Those who want the president out want him for certain reasons.
Yes.
There are things they don't like. Now, if you don't like those things, there has to be a better replacement for them. And it has to be stated. It shouldn't be left to the public to figure out what it is. And someone's exit doesn't guarantee that what is coming in is going to be better.
And I want to agree and disagree with you. And not agree with you because I agree totally with you, or disagree with you because I disagree with you. But agree with you because that is the view that a good section of people are holding, including the Gen Zs. They are saying hii mtu ameshindwa, lakini usituletee shida ingine. Certainly in this country of 55 million people, there must be somebody who can do these things better than the others. Na wale mko na wao ni wazuri, lakini bado tunaangalia na tunawasikiza. When they say that, it means that they are also looking around for any other person to throw in themselves in. And I say this more because I saw it with the leader Mwananchi.
Yes.
Which became more exciting to the Gen Z. And that doesn't mean that I'm discounting any of the other individuals who have offered themselves. Let me also put myself there so that people don't say that I'm talking about them. And if you think it's you, again, there's this thing. The fact that I have a different opinion with you does not make me your enemy or anything.
It actually doesn't make you better either. You just have a different opinion.
And you actually sound better when you now say, ebu nisikize vile unasema. That makes you a leader. But when you are outrightly dismissive of any other person's view, if you become a person we fear, tunaanza kukuogopa. Usifikiria kwamba hiyo ni nyumba tunafurahia kuingia. Kwa sababu watu wanasema wacha tuingie tusikie watasema nini, alafu wanatoka. Wanaenda kuongea huko nje. It doesn't make you a better leader.
Yes.
And I can tell you, we were there with the Kina Kibaki. We saw it. Even when Uhuru was doing his 2013, I saw it.
Yes.
That person who eventually emerges is a person who has almost no view. Yake akiingia, mnasema nini? You know Kibaki's statement ilikuwa hiyo tu. Ati hapa naye mnasema nini? Wanasema hiyo. Na wengine. Hey.
That's it.
Hii mambo mingi. Okay, bas twende tukafikiria hii mambo. He was never a person to rule you in a boardroom. No. And then you call him for another meeting. He has a position on the issue. You will walk to that position nyinyi wenyewe pole pole.
Yes.
Lakini haya si kusema nimesema twende kwa hii rally per day.
It's what you call leadership styles.
And I'm telling you, we have to run that. We have to run that one. And I also saw it. Let me tell you, the difference I saw with the Raila.
Yes.
Raila with Azimio. And we used to have very many meetings with the Raila, which was a very good training ground also. Raila will walk in a meeting, but throughout the night, he sat with the people, thinking through that issue. Anaandika, eventually there is 1 or 2 pages on the same issue. Wanakuja kwa mkutano. The guy who used to have that paper is called who? His speech writer. I'm forgetting his name so quickly.
Okay.
It's good I don't mention his name. But he has his 2 pages there. Na asemi kitu. Unaingia kwa boardroom anakaa huko. Laila introduces the topic. You now start debating the issue. And you could start at 9. Place wamekuja pale hizi saa 7. You issue it at 4.
In the morning.
In the
evening.
In the afternoon.
In the afternoon.
In the afternoon. That time, it is when you have finally agreed, then he calls his guy and says, ile mambo, sasa tengeneza speech.
Based on this.
Based on that. So the whole speech is reorganized. The bites and the rest may remain, but the whole message carries you along. And he remain there. Sometimes he look like he's dozing.
Yes.
Uzuri wa Raila ni kwamba akidoze, he will actually wake up and contribute on the point you are talking about.
So he was listening subconsciously.
But what I'm trying to say is that it is important that we in the opposition learn to listen to one another. Don't belittle or demean the views of any other person. And then do not hog spaces all the time.
Okay.
Let everybody who is allowed to feel like he is part of it. And this is a bit even more challenging. Kwa sababu kuna wale walikuwako maandamano na Raila. Walifaa masufuria na wakapanga mambo mengine. Kuna wale ambao wanakuja na wataendelea kukuja. If there is no good gelling,
yes,
that's how the government of the day gets back to power. And the people who have taken a position that we don't want this regime,
yes,
will then say, kusema ukweli atupedi hawa. Lakini team hii, these ones are more disorganized than
this other one.
We are likely to get into a worse problem.
Yes.
Let us give them another time to organize themselves. I say that, and somebody may then now want to say, hey, this is a mole. I don't know. You may be walking around, I don't know. It will be very unfortunate, but I'm saying this because it will hurt me more. From day one, I objected to this.
Okay.
And I want to tell you, it will actually be more respectful for those who are joining politics, i.e. opposition politics, to continue recognizing what the others did. You know, Raila, why he kept why he was an enigma. He would talk about the Pintogama. He would talk about all those people who are way ahead of them. Some of them are most likely he never even saw them. But he always recognized the role they played and why he continues with the struggle today. But when you come in and say like there was nobody who was there before you, people look at you na unaanza kukaa kama picha.
Like you are the original.
Na unakaa kama picha, na I want to tell you, you'll be shocked the day people come to them, express their opinion on things.
Okay.
So I am asking for more accommodation within the opposition. It is important. You will see that people who are moving together initially are not saying much, but you can see like they are drifting. It's not a good thing.
After the interview last Tuesday, has the opposition met to discuss that, and not necessarily the interview, but some of the issues that are clearly visible even to the public, the ones that you raised?
There has been a lot of public engagement that might have made it difficult for them to meet.
Okay.
Because kuna mambo mengi ambayo yamekuwako, masishi hapa na pale, mikutano hapa na pale. So I am not aware. Maybe some meeting in the night also happened. It is not that every meeting that happens we must get notified. So it's likely that they met. I hope they did, and I hope they continue meeting more often in the night, of course, and in the secret places. And this is why some of those old names might be useful because they have seen it before. I heard Olengo when he was doing the another interview with Citizen.
Right.
He was saying his lessons 2002 were XYZ, and he warned that time of the likely outcome after a short while. And what he regrets is that it came to be. And he again said, I hope we are not repeating the same mistakes of 2002, because we don't want to push out a system, but we end up looking splintered. We must commend Kibaki because he still managed to keep something going even after the going apart with Raila, and eventually was able to bring him back to the fold, not in the ways that perhaps we may have wanted. 2007, and the economy grew. We still talk about the things that were done. Sometimes we fail to understand that it was actually a government that brought two blocks together, and we focused on the difficulties of this country. And I want to say this again here.
Yes.
And I'm sure they would interpret it positively.
Allow them to interpret as they will. Say what you need to say.
For us to get this country back on track, because we are now growing at 4.something% our GDP, the same level with Somali. The only person we are competing with is Somali. Rwanda, Uganda, Tanzania, Burundi, all these other countries are at 7, 8, the rest is 6. Sisi tuko pale 4 now with Somali. Pale mmoja alikuwa anasema mnataka kuwa kama Somali. Sasa sisi tuko kama Somali. For us to quickly turn this wheel and also help the young people get opportunities to earn a living, you need to make sure that the two blocks, political blocks in this country, come closer, not far apart.
Okay.
They should not go this way.
Yes.
I might have a problem with the way you manage our views, our shows here, but I still need to bring the system nearer so that we can turn the economy around quickly, lessen the pain, and agree on the social support that we need to give to people.
Yes.
How you support this young generation and a living very, very quickly by using taxes that we have. And how do we deal with our debt? What is it that we want to develop now? These are things that are not going to be done when you are like this as a country.
Yes.
Haiwezekani. Hiyo kitu ya grand coalition government ya Kibaki, if we are able to bring it, and doesn't mean you compromise your political views, but if we are able to narrow it and we come together, we will turn the country around in 3-4 years. And the young people will not go back to the streets and say one term. But if we now think that you win elections, 2027, with the kind of paralysis that we had 2022, then I can tell you we are going to be seeing another one term within a month or so after the 2027 elections. A thing I personally do not think is useful.
Okay.
It is important to harness. Kuna watu kama wale, I mean, why would I want, for example, and I don't come from Murang'a, the people of Murang'a would say, but why would I want to lose a governor like Ngata? I don't come from Kiabu, but I look at Wamatangi na mambo yake na yeye ni mchachari. But some of us will be saying, why would I want to lose a governor like Wamatangi?
Okay.
If there's a better one, of course, awekelee karata yake kwa meza, watu waone. But some of these individuals, I keep going back to people like Liki Nyaju and Derito Mureithi. I mean, they are in government, yes, but they walked into government after you defeated them, baada ya kukuambia hii kitu mnatuletea si mzuri. Na kwa sababu sasa wako kwa serikali, how do I spend my whole hours insulting them or saying that they are bad people? That doesn't help us go anywhere. Haitatusaidia, and that's why we need a senior in the room.
Yes.
And that's why I hope we can manage this transition in Jubilee. We need a senior like Uhuru in the room who can then call everybody to order and say, mimi ni Mkenya, hata nyinyi mko kwa serikali, mimi ni Mkenya. Ile bahari tunaenda si mzuri.
Yes.
So hata sisi kwa Jubilee tuko na kazi ya kufanya. And I want to tell you, sometimes it's difficult. I didn't know this, but maybe I knew. I'm going to say, unajua ukitoka kwa ofisi kama vile nimetoka ofisi ya SG.
Yes.
Sasa zingine ukiambia watu hapa tufanye namna hii, think you are looking down upon them. Or you are just criticizing them. So sometimes you keep quiet na mambo fulani, sababu utaki kuonekana kama. So there are things that I'm saying this not because of anything. I'm saying we in Jubilee have a lot to play here.
Yes.
To help our party leader also be available for a bigger,
the wider national politics.
The responsibility that Kenyans have already given him. And you can see when he went to this bali ya huyu jamaa rafiki yetu alituaga pale kwa barabara huko Kakamega o Webuye. When he went there, the way Kenyans responded there, it was telling you it is not just a mountain, there is a responsibility that has been given to this mzee. Na sisi Jubilee lazima tumukubali pia afanye ile, but I'm sure we have to help him manage our unit also so that he can leave his functioning. And then he is going to be available to us, and I'm not saying he's going anywhere, it is his responsibility. But I see like holding him in a small thing like Jubilee is not allowing, I can say this now, I'm not lazy, is not allowing him to come out into the open and not be bashed because they think he's talking of a political position, but looking at the country as a whole and giving whatever Etagro was saying, giving that advisory kutoka kwa sehemu ambayo haionekani ni siasa. Kwa sababu when he says give the young people an opportunity, see you young people kwa Jubilee, ni young people Kisii, Kisumu, Fanga, wapi, kila pahali. So that is a kind of, for him to do that, even kwa chama yetu, lazima sisi pia tufanye bidii na makaratasi zingine mingi naona ikipita hapa na pale kwa haina maana.
Mheshimiwa, I don't understand this honestly, because this debate about a former president not being involved in politics, where did it come from? Is it in the constitution?
No, it is it's just the statement coming from the fearful.
Because if somebody should be involved in politics, it's a former president.
Yes.
Because if you look at the former presidents who were well and up and about, as Moi had a peacekeeping role for the longest time.
It is always a case when the former president threatens the incumbent.
But Where does
Uhuru never felt threatened by Moi or Kibaki. He used to consult them. He actually used to encourage them to, weigh in some of the issues that were heavy.
But Mheshimiwa, where's the threat?
But they actually also felt like you are doing well, carry on. I'm sure, I'm telling you, Uhuru has told us not once you'd go and consult on this issue and say, hey, mzee mulipofika hapa, mulifanya nini?
I think I understand what Mheshimiwa Kioni is saying. He's saying that Jubilee needs to release President Kenyatta, to become more of now a national elder. An elder that anyone, including whether it's the incumbent, opposition, can actually go and consult, and it wouldn't look like he's giving a biased opinion of the situation.
I agree, but let me speak like Mheshimiwa. I agree, but I disagree. You see, once you are a former president, he was not the president of Jubilee.
Yes.
He was elected on a Jubilee ticket. He was the president of Kenya.
But he's currently the Jubilee party leader.
Raila Odinga was a party leader of ODM for as long as ODM, as he was alive. He was also the president. Did it stop people from going to him? The answer is no. It did not. In fact, what is even curious is that you would find people going to see the president and also going to see Raila.
By the way, that was the case, and yes. I agree. The only difference is that Raila still had those political ambitions of becoming a president. Uhuru he doesn't have such, but his being in that manner is threatening others. That's the bit I'm saying. It's a threat to others. Let me say this.
It's a perceived threat.
Yes, but allow me to say this, and I actually don't want him to exit Jubilee.
Well, neither do I.
We benefit more with him being in Jubilee than being outside. But when he calls, for example, you call the party leader of DCP, the party leader of, and I don't know who the party leader of DCP is yet. Legiji is the presidential candidate.
Yes.
Okay.
It is. I don't know whether their structure is like ours. I haven't paid attention to some of those things, so that you don't mean. I'm saying this so that you don't now interpret it that he calls Rigiji. I'm just saying, let me now remove DCP.
Those who want to interpret, let them interpret. Please, endelea, yes.
If he calls the party leader of the CAP and MAG and the other party, and he is the party leader of Jubilee, the party leader of CAP will be looking at this gentleman who is telling me to make this decision like he's trying to push this decision in his favor. But the Uhuru I know, the party leader of Jubilee, the party he is reading serves more than the parties he is chairing. He serves more. He suppresses everything about Jubilee because hataki kuonekana kama ni maneno ya Jubilee ameleta kwa hii nyumba. So even Jubilee will benefit more. Of course, we want him in the next room. But I would want him in the next room. But Jubilee will benefit more when he is not the party leader, because then I will be able to say, hapa Olkalao, unatuchezea. Hatutaki hii mchezo. And he will be available as an arbitrator. Lakini saa hii ukisema hivyo, yeye pia anaona kama where you are antagonizing me, Kioni. When I go and say, Ligiji, don't call me a red wheelbarrow.
Right.
Yes? Then mtu mwingine anasema, huyu kijana yako Kioni anatutukana. He is the one in the room. Si atasema, wewe Kioni wacha kutukana hawa watu.
Yes.
And it is not true. So he's also not able to exercise that authority over issues because he has that dual responsibility. And I can tell you the party that serves more is Jubilee.
Okay.
Because in that room, mambo yetu hatuwezi kuisukuma vile wengine wanaisukuma wakiwa kule. Mimi ningemtaka akue kule na mimi nikae pale kama Jubilee nimwambia hiyo umesema hapa Mount Kenya tunataka kupambana DCP na Jubilee. Lakini ukienda kila pahali unasema chama ni DCP na tukisema si DCP unasema tumekutukana, hapo sasa unaona haileti. Lakini kwa ile nyumba ambayo yuko ameingia pale party leader is also the chair, we lose as Jubilee. And I can tell you these are things that would define going in the coming 1 year. I'm telling you this because why? As now Jubilee and I want to run, for example, I want to run and become member of Daragwa. As an aspirant, I'll be looking at how are you behaving. Like, let's say, for example, Olkalao.
Yes.
Which now I believe we have a party. We have a candidate because there was a meeting yesterday.
Okay.
Which was done by the people in the office and others. And I think they agree that we are going to run a candidate.
Okay.
But if you've said that you are not going to run a candidate in Kalau, and I want to be the member of parliament for Daragwa, what surety do I have that when my time comes, you'll also not say that you don't want a candidate of Jubilee in Daragwa?
Yes.
So as a potential candidate for Daragwa,
yes,
I will start looking for exit alternatives immediately.
Yeah.
So these signs are very important, and wale hapana si wanasiasa wakati huu, that is why you are seeing somebody with a red billboard, blue, yellow, ameweka pale zote.
Yeah.
Na waambia nyinyi wote, before I was your subject, now you are my subject.
Yes.
When an aspirant comes to you, you are when you are in a party.
Yes.
You are the atakuchagua ama kuache. Sababu the law allows him to or her to do that.
Yes.
So this is the kind of discussion that we must know, and even in the united opposition now, the only lack that we have is majority of Kenyans, unlike ever before, are the ones owning the opposition.
Okay.
And they can decide to abandon us or move with us, depending on how we behave. And I want to tell you, it is not a joke.
Okay.
When you see a church minister seated there and listening to naambia na tutaki siasa hapa. Na yeye amekuja na ile uchungu ya petroli ya 195 shillings per liter.
Yes.
Because that's what we are paying today.
197.
Yes. Na anasema hatutaki siasa. You need to start thinking iko maneno gani. When Charles in Kisumu says nyinyi hii mambo gani mnasubua sisi naye hapa, you know you are in the opposition, he is also in the opposition, but he's getting irritated now with you who is also in the opposition. We are all in the opposition, but you the leader in the opposition anaanza kusikia you are not getting our uchungu yetu. Ujue kuna hatari. If you can't be able to get to the spirit of that person you want, na sio kuwa ati, you know, when you say the spirit, unaanza kusema mambo mengine sio hiyo. Sema if you cannot feel with them, the people you are representing, if you are not able to feel with them, they will abandon you.
That is true. Can I ask you a question, Mheshimiwa, personal one? It's too from. Do you have advisors? And what sort of people are they?
Me, I have a team of young people who keep me on my toes. Even as I come on and ask them, what should I be saying on Generation Radio? I'm going there tomorrow morning. What is this that you think I should be talking about? Sometimes they tell you things and you wonder, you want to say about what is in the papers. Lakini dunia iko pahali ingine. Na hapo wanakuambia, sikiza zaidi. Now you see what they told me.
Yes.
And I want, now that you have asked me, you know what they told me?
Tell us.
What you said last week, rudia kwa nguvu.
Inject.
I mean, I was shocked. Others are insulting me this side. Lakini wananiambia, ile ulisema last week,
sema zaidi.
Hebu kwenda urudie.
One of the things that you said last week was on that issue of Kalau. Now you've told us that you have a candidate. Wait, do you mean like you already have one, or you are heading towards nominating?
No, we have a candidate already. We finished the nomination.
All right.
You know the nomination, and this is the other lie. And open, blatant lie. And we should not be treating Kenyans to lies. When you see that you're having nominations in Kalau as a political party, where is your party register? If you are saying ni mtu yote mwenye anapita kwenda sokoni anapiga kura, I mean they could be Jubilee people who are voting the wrong person in another party. That's not where we wanted our democracy to go. So this thing that was said that there were parties that held elections at Kalau open, na mnaweka carton kwa polling station, that's just playing games with Kenyans.
Okay.
Because party nominations are supposed to be conducted by party members. They are picking one among themselves to be the one representing their party and to go and win votes there.
Okay.
But when you say it is watu wote wapitie hapa,
yes,
then you see, I tell you, one is that you don't even have the machinery to look at them. Watu watapika kura kutoka Kericho.
Yeah.
Watapika kura from anywhere.
Okay.
So anyway, and I'm not saying that we are not going, we will be running against the individuals there.
Okay.
But the process they came through is already demonstrative of a team that is not really, both UDA and DCP to me are not being honest to Kenyans there.
Okay.
They are not being honest. That is not the way to do those nominations. And I'm not saying what we did ourselves is the best, but we sat and did our own, and our constitution allows us almost 5 methods of nomination.
All right.
So that whichever one we used made the others comfortable.
Yes.
And we have one in the name of Engineer Kigwa, who will be running Karao.
Engineer Kigwa.
Kigwa.
Okay.
Engineer Miwa.
All right.
Kigwa
You know, the Raila was referred to as an enigma. Even enigmas have logic to them. The one thing Raila had in abundance was think tanks. Not a think tank, think tanks.
And people didn't know.
Yes. And what you describe, he would go to these meetings and he would sit and he would listen. And he could move from one group and go to the other. He would sit and he would listen. Professor Herman Manyora told us one of the things he has seen in politics is that leaders, the thing that many leaders who do good fear the most is their think tanks. Because that's why people will tell you things you don't want to hear. It is the reason why I asked about your advisors.
And those in the think tank, because you cannot have one tank. There are many tanks.
Yes.
One of the weakest indications, one of the indicators of a weakest leader is the one who moves from one think tank to the other and says, lakini nimeambiwa na fulani ya kwamba nyinyi mnasema hii. That's not a person using the think tank.
No.
That's is a conveyor of
He actually
rumors.
doesn't even have a think tank.
That's actually a conveyor of hopeless things. Because when I come and tell you, by the way, I don't think Titi likes this, you don't go and say, and Titi doesn't like that.
Yes.
No, you go and find out why. What is your
why does Titi not like this?
And he told you this because he has a liking for you.
Yes.
Hata kama walizaliwa tumbo moja the same day, they are likely to have different thinking.
You will have.
So I will tell you, the person I find weakest is the one who comes and tells you, but Nani was saying this about you on this. Those are people you kick out of your think tank. Or if the person you are talking to is of that nature,
yes,
you don't have a leader.
Why I ask this question is because of one very simple reason. If I look at even Kibaki, okay, the people, there's something he did, which at the time he did, many questioned. He resurrected very many old civil servants.
Yes.
But I saw the logic. These are people he had worked with. These are people whose work ethic he knew.
Yes.
And he knew these people, if I give them a mandate, they will carry it through. He did not need to second guess them. Secondly, they were not new to what they were being asked to do. They knew exactly what to do. So he actually broke that particular barrier and did what needed to be done. So when he spoke, he often spoke. Now, as an outsider, listen, you got the impression he was speaking after he has been very well informed. And by people he has spoken to, he has questioned, and you brought that to light when you spoke the other time. Now, the unfortunate thing with the Kenyan politics in the direction it likes to take, people do not like that sort of leader.
And you're not going to go anywhere. I mean, one of his best persons who was completely in the opposition was Professor Nyang'nyo.
Yes.
The economic planning.
Yes.
Vision 2030.
Yes.
He kept, we were told, Akina Mudaura, he kept a 2-page, 2A4 size document with him. Na alikuwa anasema, akimaliza cabinet anasema nawe kuja. Anabaki na yeye. They continue on the same document, which eventually started guiding us for 20 years.
Vision 2030, yes.
Vision 2030.
Yes.
And you know, he knew who to call. Wewe hapa unaenda haraka kwa nini? Kuja. They continue on that because this is eventually the document that guided all the other ministries. And until you have that kind of, you have also to have some vision.
He did.
There will be a lot. Those who worked with him closely have still a lot to offer. Of course, we have also moved. They need to incorporate the new ways of things, but there is also a useful experience that was there.
No, the honesty with which he approached it. Within 2 years of Kibaki's government, Kibaki was unpopular. It's like a trend we have in this country.
Yes.
Okay, he was unpopular. there was unpopularity from his own backyard. Yes, because he seemed to be just going about his business.
And he wasn't available?
No, yes, he was just doing his business.
Yes.
He was just, and he needed to deal with that. You see, it's a mixed bag. This is the point I was trying to make. When you speak your mind and you speak truth, within the Kenyan political sphere, you make enemies.
Yes.
If you take steps that are contrary to what people would prefer you did, you make enemies. This Raila we keep speaking of, that man did very many unpopular things, even with his own party. They did not like that he joined Moi. No, people complained.
No. Even we didn't like that Kibaki joined Raila.
Yes.
2009.
Yes.
I was one of the people he called at KICC akasema, ni came with the sasa kama huko na akili ya maana. He was holding, he never even waited for anybody. It was very interesting. I will say this at the last sitting.
Yes.
Amefika kwa KICC, president amefika, viti zimekuwa pangwa pale, and you could see movement of feet, huyu mother, not mother, you see Karonzo is here, all of them are trying to see who is going to be next to
the president.
Yes. And you know, in the negotiation there was a kitu ya Serena, so watu walikuwa pale wanasukumana sana. Then Kibaki walks in, and you know he was a slow walker.
Yes.
So he keeps walking. Then kabla afike pale, watu wanaanza kusimama viti wanasukumana. Then he comes, instead of going pale nyuma, akakuja hapa mbele, akasimama pale, sema haya, mimi nimekuja na hii, hakuna maneno mingi. So nobody had the opportunity of introducing him. He's already dealt with that. He's already sorted out that confusion, because it is part of the problems he's having on the document. Who is going to be who? So besides, this is, you're not going to. He comes and say, ile kitu ya maana saa hii kitu na nyinyi umesoma. Onyesha sisi pali shida hii iko.
Yes.
Yes, iko na miandiko namba moja hii ni gani iko na shida. So all of us were waiting to make some political statements. Now he killed nani iko na hii. We were all like the only person who had about boldness of saying something was before you were calling. December, your excellency, you have always been my friend. But on this one, we are not together. That one of joining Raila.
Yes.
Hapana, iko hii karatasi. Soma nionyeshe pahali iko na shida.
Focus.
He is the one who was doing public participation, members of parliament. And kwisha kutoka hapo sema hai. The others wengine wanaenda chini ya vitu namna hitu. We left that place, we went, beaten this guy, we hated Raila, we had campaigned against him. And that was the end of the story.
Mheshimiwa, I have two questions before we let you go. Question number one, your thoughts on the what is this thing called? Mtu ameniandikia tu hapa hivi na nimesahau. Oh yeah, I got it now. There's been talk of another Kenyatta joining politics, and the most obvious choice is Mohoho Kenyatta. Is that on the table? Is it
I have had very many meetings with Mohoho.
Yes.
Not meetings in the form of discussing anything, but I met him because of the issues that we had in the party for the last 3 years and before. I can tell you that everybody has that freedom, but it is not something that he is a businessman.
Yes.
Yes, and he loves doing business, and he introduces business into politics.
Yes.
The fact that he showed up at Narok doesn't make him doesn't say that he is joining politics.
Okay.
Another Kenyatta in politics, si wanazaa na wamezaa na wao watoto pia wako na haki yao. Anybody wants to join politics can join politics. But if you are mentioning I haven't seen any indication from that angle.
Second question on the Africa Forward Summit that is currently ongoing here, collaboration between Kenya and France. What are your thoughts on it?
The ability of us to make use of some of these things is always in doubt. I doubt we are going to come out with anything useful, but these discussions are useful. I hope we are able to maximize on some of those kind of sittings.
Yes.
But it should not just be photo ops. No, it should not be photo ops.
Yeah.
It should be something tangible. My brother was in the French way knighted, made one of those people they respect in France, and engaging him in some of the things that he got to run from them when he was the vice chancellor at Kimathi University. Tells me that the French people are also looking at Africa as an area that they can, they are not dealing with our problems of debt this year.
Yes.
They have some 50 years issues that they are trying to work around. Na sijui kama sisi tunaelewa hivyo. Tunaweza fikiria wamekuja kuangalia barabara ya Rironi. That's not what they are looking for. They are looking at things, where will their population be? Where will maybe some 40, 30, 50 years from now.
Yes.
Sasa yetu ni gani? Ilikuwa nini? Tulikuwa tumeandika karatasi gani? What was guiding policy position when they were coming? What are we pushing for?
When we invited them and when we were negotiating, what is our plan?
What is our plan
for the country?
And
where do the French fit into our plan?
Na hii si kitu ya kusema pereka vijana 300 wakafanya kazi France. That's not the kind of thing. I heard him talk about they having picked Kimathi University.
Yes.
And what they would want to do with Kimathi University as a French government. And it's not a 1 or 2, 3 year plan. It's a thing that is in the future, given where they've come from in the last 50 years. And given that they were not in this part of Africa, they were on the other side. They are keen on establishing a foothold within our region. What are we keen on doing on the other side?
And
I'll tell you one of the things I have remembered. One of the things that made it possible for him to, he would go to police with what he want done. And then you say, this, we want you to help us do this.
Yes.
But we are paying for it. From Kimathi University. And that surprised the French government. Because they are used to Africans going to say, we want this done.
Give us the money.
Give us the money. So every time he went, he had the budget from the university. I want these 550 university students to have this internship. We will cater for everything for them. Accommodation, everything. And for that reason, they eventually picked Kimathi University as one of the model universities that they can work with in this region. I don't know whether that is still continued by the administration that is.
Mheshimiwa, remember in 2018, Macron came to Kenya.
Yes.
He was the first French president to ever come here. And he and Uhuru signed a 30-year deal. See, they were clear about the things they would like to do. Very, very clear.
Yes.
Now, the question you raise and the one which we must continue to debate on is, do we have that amount of clarity when we go into negotiations with these so-called development partners?
And they see through. They see through you. If you bring some things that are just regional based, hapa in moja,
they can see it.
The embassies are very clear on what, before anything is discussed. Wamemwelewa kabila zenyu, they come and advise their people. It's because they are not going to get their country into any, you don't want to get embarrassed.
Yes.
20 years after you are dead. They are keen on that. Yes, and I wish you one of the days when you are doing those things, I can tell Professor to come and tell you how he headed up.
We would very much like that.
Yes.
And remember, these developed countries have parliaments who question these things, because the money you're speaking of is their taxpayers' money.
It's not someone's
personal. No, it is their taxpayer. And the representatives of their taxpayers are very serious about that money. They will take you to task.
All right. Yes. Honorable Jeremiah Kioni, thank you so much for making time. Pole tumekuibia dakika kadhaa.
Nitakuja tena. Wacha tukibia hiyo dunia ingine.
And we'll ask you to give us a contact of the professor. And we'd like to invite him.
I'll tell him.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Karibu sana bwana.
Watch that step.
Na Wakenya wakae kwa amani.
Yes.
Na United Opposition ikae united.
Thank you very much.
Sawa.
Thank you.
All right. Unajua, there are some things that have been said, and you've got to think deep, eh?
Yes.
You've got to think deep. Now, I'm looking at some of the comments here. Of course, people saying that Mheshimiwa Kioni is a mole. we have Marcos Sicha, I think it is. Kuna mzee kijana na wengine wengi.
Ask the question, what does a mole look like?
What
are these qualities that you have or you must have in order for you to qualify as a mole? Because it looks like it's an aspirational position where you need some qualifications to be part of.
Yeah, and the thing is this, they're not saying he's a mole for who exactly. I think maybe there's only one person who said whom they think he's a mole for. Or actually, let me address a question here. Someone is asking, why invite Jeremiah Kioni? Who do you want us to invite, guys?
I mean, kusema ukweli.
Unataka kwa sababu people, whether you like them or not, deserve a voice, and it is that voice that you get after you've listened to it. You get to decide whether indeed it is worthy or not. All right. The last I checked, we're still in a democracy, right?
Not only that, but let me just also add. If you are talking about the politics of this country, you really do want to talk to somebody who is involved in the politics. He's a deputy party leader of a political party.
Yes.
In a region that is in the throes of elections even as we speak. A region that has rejected a president that they elected with unanimity that was, should we say, unseen before. And now they have said they do not want. That individual is significant, as are his views.
Mzee kijana ametuita quack journalists. So now that you disagree with us, we have become quacks.
No. I need to understand why we are quacks.
Well, Mzee kijana, has said so many things. For example, let me start with the first statement he put out. He said, RG, what's your end game? You're hosting this guy too much. I think you want to continue talking about opposition so that he can keep bringing confusion in opposition. And then he has gone on to say so many things.
Actually, what our role is,
yes.
Mzee kijana seems to assume that Kioni is the only person we invite. That is actually not true. We invite very many people. Some don't come, even though we've invited them. Some come. But when it comes to politics, we try to invite people from every party that exists, whether you're in UDA, whether you're in some nondescript party. We've invited Martha Karua on very many occasions. We've invited government officials here on very many occasions. We've invited youth leaders. We've invited church leaders. And we've even had repeat visits from many of these individuals. So if Kioni has something he wishes to say, and that is his truth, that is what he has said. Just like Mzee kijana is allowed to refer to what we do as quackerism or quackery, he is allowed. Yes.
There are very many prominent politicians in this country. I won't mention their names. We have invited and they just say no.
Yes. We've asked them to come and they say no. Yes.
Some give reasons, some don't. Yeah, so, but I understand Mzee kijana, he has obviously some kind of frustration, which is valid, and that's his frustration.
I actually don't understand what he's talking about, honestly.
Kagire mesema, I like independent thinkers like Kioni. Yeah. Gashagwaists can go to Kameme. We like divergent opinions from opposition. Government sometimes also has divergent views. Oparanya, for example, he's a CS. He could have called ODM because he's actually in the Linda Ground faction, but he chose to say what he said in public, and there is a very good reason as to why.
Yes, he was speaking about his lived experience, saying, guys, this thing is becoming difficult. Yes.
Na anasema ukweli.
Bwana anasema jamani, hii kitu vile tunavyoiendeleza haisaidii.
Opposition also, there are some folks who've come out and they've said, guys, we are losing it, and it is because they are being told by the public. So it's not like they're revealing some big secret.
No. They have a public who speaks to them and they listen and they're telling you, this is what we're being told. It's like this issue about the one term. Many people will ask that question and say, but that's what we've been told.
Yeah.
One governor of Murang'a Nkangata came out and said very clearly, guys, I represent some people who elected me. And this is what they're saying. They can't elect me on this party.
Yeah.
He is listening to the people who elected him.
Right.
That's his job. That's what you're supposed to do. Yes.
Even if 46 out of 47 counties were all in UDA, and his one county is not. Atasema, bro, I will not come to Kitui County to be elected because uko najua sitapata kura. Lakini hapa Malindi najua naitishanga kura. Here where I eat, here where I have my family and friends and neighbors, here where I went to school, here is where I come from. So if they tell me Even if it is the only county that is going to be in Wiper, for example.
So be it.
So be it.
Yes.
Yeah. And I think Kenyans need to come to a point whereby we actually tolerant.
Not only that, you see, when someone has a divergent view,
yeah,
that's not an enemy. That is the person who has a divergent view. He doesn't have to agree with you.
Yeah. He's saying that we are interviewing him too much. We're giving him too much time, too much airtime. But how much is too much airtime? How much is little airtime?
Actually, there is something that Jeremiah Kioni is saying that doesn't please this individual.
Yeah.
Okay? So perhaps he could tell us who it is he thinks we should invite, who might express the opinions that he agrees with.
Yeah.
Yes.
Then perhaps we can reach out to this individual.
Yes, and ask him to come so that we can have a similar discussion.
Yes.
And he can express views that our dear listener chimes in with.
Yeah.
Yes.
For example, Honorable Martha Karua adanga shida, unampigia simu unamwambia mheshimiwa kama we need to discuss this particular issue. Atakuja na kama haizi kuja anakuambia this week I'm away. Can we do it next week? And look, we accommodate the person.
We've invited Otieno Kaluma here on more than one occasion. That's an ODM stalwart. And he has come and he has said his piece and he has gone. The thing is, I think the listening public do not know just how many people we invite at any given point in time and how many regrets we get. Yes.
For example, the other Monday we hosted Honorable Babu Wino of Embakasi East.
Yes.
Do you know how difficult it has been to get that gentleman?
Or how long we have sought to invite him to come?
Yes. He eventually showed up. Another time we invited Richard Onyonka on the breakfast show.
Yes.
Do they have any idea how long it took to have that MP, the senator here?
Yes.
So I mean, but anyway, like I said, I get your frustration and it is well understood. Yeah, noted. Mumbi Madhangani amesema the French are here to extract and exploit. We are clueless. Yesterday we spoke with someone from Alliance Française. Alisema ni Française.
I'm not even going to try.
Alliance Française.
I'm not trying.
The week before that, and also we hosted yesterday we hosted Dr. Eric Aligula, I think.
Yes.
And we were talking about
the blue economy,
the collaborations that we're having with the French. And also the other week, or is it the week before that one, we hosted Dr. from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Moragui.
Yes.
Yes.
He's called Muraguri.
Muraguri, thank you. And we had conversation still on our sovereign health.
Yes.
And we spoke about this current summit, the Ford Africa Ford Summit, sorry. But when I also listen to the other side that is saying that this thing, Bana, is not necessarily working for us.
We also hosted the leader of the Communist Party of Kenya.
Yes, Mr. Buka, right?
Yes.
Yes.
And he had interesting views to express.
Yes.
Given his political leanings and his belief.
Very strong views, if I may add.
Extremely strong views.
Now, listening to this guy's city, let me just say, I'm kind of confused now.
Why?
Is this thing benefiting Kenyans or it isn't?
We are down to decide whether it's going to benefit us or not. The French are very clear about what they want. Are we clear about what we want? See, that is the question. Are we negotiating as equal partners, or are we negotiating with the master servant from a master servant position?
Yes.
Or we are just happy wazungu wamekuja. Na sasa vile wazungu wamekuja, hebu tusikie wametuletea nini. Okay?
Yes.
Because the Kenyan mentality is that beggar mentality where the moment somebody from the West comes, we've been brought gifts. Grow up, for heaven's sake.
Yeah.
They come here because there's something they know that is valuable to them. Do we understand it? And do we understand that gives us a position for negotiations? I seem to be of the opinion that we negotiate badly for the country. Okay?
Okay.
When the French comes and tells you they want to build this for you, they want to help you with your water projects, they want to help Kisumu municipality with the water issues, the sanitation, and so forth. By the way, you heard us discussing this. This is something they did, okay? They have a long game ahead of them.
Right.
Colonialism walikuja na Biblia, wakakuja na sugar cubes, wakakuja na promises za nguo na vitu kama hizo. Okay? In this time and age, development projects work and they're in competition.
Yeah.
Because the Japanese are here. In fact, the question is which country is not here? They all want to be in business with Kenya for a reason.
Right.
And they all understand why they want to be in business. Okay? The thing about the sort of aid that is often given, one aspect, when you hear a grant, that is money you do not have to pay back, but it comes with what you call advisors. It comes with the technical advisors. The technical advisors are their people. The technical advisors are paid with the same grant that they give you. If it's development,
yes,
they come with their equipment and they come with the technology that is being introduced. Once it's introduced, they've opened a market for the people who produce that technology and the people who will need to support that technology to continue working. So they have opened a new avenue of business for their businessmen and women.
Yes.
Okay?
Yes.
Now, do we understand this? And do we understand how to negotiate so that we also benefit from this in the same way that they are benefiting? See, this is the question. In the world we live in, this dispensation, every country in the world trades with another which is around the corner and one which is very far away.
Yes.
The question still pertains. Do we know what is in our interest, and is that what we bargain for?
Yeah.
Because if we do, then the relationship is good. It is the unequal yoking that made West African countries turn against the French, because they felt they were getting the short end of the stick.
Yeah.
Forget what was mentioned about they're always at war. Some of the wars in the western part of Africa have been caused by the French. It's a simple truth. They are the ones with the interventions and pushing their own interest. Yes. Unaangalia mambo watu wengine ni kama ni yako. And having lackeys who do what they want, who don't serve the interests of the citizens. So of course you're going to have problems.
Yes.
If a country has natural resources, you think they don't know they have natural resources? They know. And if you're shortchanging them and not even offering them market prices, you think they don't know? They know.
Yeah.
So, this isn't something that cannot be spoken of truthfully. Are the people we charge the responsibility of looking after our welfare, looking after it in a way that benefits us? The French definitely are looking after their interest.
One of the biggest problem that I know people are having as far as this French-Kenyan connection is concerned is that whole issue of their military being here. That, of course, not just Emole who spoke about it, but I've heard other people talk about it as well.
He exaggerated the numbers to the degree that made it should be almost comical.
Right.
If we have a complement of...
When he said 30,000 troops.
It is nonsensical. We have 30,000 troops. If another country brought 30,000 troops, where would they fit in?
Do we have 30,000 or 300,000?
No, I'm giving the example.
Okay.
Us. Okay? The complement of soldiers. 30,000. It's not 300,000.
Yani ndio kunibia jeshi yetu yote ni 30,000.
Do you know how many 30,000 soldiers are? Do you know how many there are? 30,000, not 1,000. 30. They're very many, man. Batuk is 300. Call it cyclical, call it cyclical, call it what? It's 300. If 1,000 French soldiers came to this country, you would know. 1,000, man, those are many people. So when someone says there are 30,000, it is not true and it can't be true. These aircraft carriers have 10,000 soldiers.
Ngoja kidogo. Hadi tuko na masoja sana.
Well, okay, Google search chief. And I'll tell you what. The Kenya Armed Forces complementary. Look it up. 29 to 30,000. Look it up.
Acha niulize kama Mkenya. There it is. So according to this Google AI overview, they are saying that as of 2026, the Kenya Defense Forces has an estimated 50,000 active duty personnel.
Okay, wameongeza.
The force, which consists of the Army, Air Force and Navy, is supplemented by approximately 25,000 paramilitary personnel. So basically tuseme wale watu tunaitanga commando aka Rambo aka Schwarzenegger are about 75,000. Tukichukua 50 plus 30 ama it's 50 minus 25.
Read that thing again.
Active personnel 50,000.
Estimated.
Sawa, 50,000. Paramilitary, 25,000. See, that's 50 plus 25.
Do you know who paramilitary are?
Okay.
GSU?
Yes.
And administration police.
Mm.
Those are the paramilitary.
Okay.
Yes.
So basically,
they are not jeshi. They say they are augmented. Those fall under police.
It's okay. But what I'm asking is,
Yamaliza.
Okay.
KWS. Paramilitary. Yes.
Kenya Forest Service.
Paramilitary.
Okay.
Yes.
So basically, CT, what I'm asking is, if today Uganda were to invade Kenya, we are going to have 75 people fighting them. In very many words, what's a overthink history, CT?
No, I have to overthink it because the Uganda has probably the largest. Rwanda and Uganda has the largest active armed forces, followed by Rwanda, then Tanzania, then us.
All right.
Yes.
So what I'm trying to ask CT is, if today we were to go to war, let me rephrase. If we were to go to war, we would have 75,000 personnel to either protect us,
yes,
or sell us.
Not all 75,000 will be going to the battlefront. That's not how it works.
Yes.
The point I'm trying to make is this. The numbers that are thrown around do not bear the truth of what it is we actually have.
So Batuk are not 30,000?
No. If we take your figure of 50,000 and then there are 30,000, where are they? In fact, what do you think the population of Nanyuki is? My friend, every corner you turn, you'd be finding a Johnny, as we call them. That is not the case.
Nanyuki town would be an English-speaking county. They'll be like, hello, how are you doing?
It would be a colony because...
Can I have some mkate and mandazi tafadhali?
Paul, you see, the thing about the armed forces is that the numbers are definitive, It's one unit of government that keeps their numbers. You know those who've left.
Yeah.
You know those who've come in. You know the numbers of new recruits.
Okay.
Okay. I give the example of an aircraft carrier for a simple reason. That is the biggest ship that you can come across. Military ship.
Yes.
They have aircraft, they have all these things.
Choppers, nini.
They tend to have around 10,000 people in that ship. 10,000 not wengi.
Wengi?
Yeah, so when someone tells you that there are 30,000 French soldiers coming, you wonder, 30,000. That's 3 aircraft carriers.
Yeah. I hope wanakwanga enough toilets on board because
No, it's
watu ni wengi sana.
No, but they are built to accommodate those numbers. Yes. It is one thing to question what it is the French want. I would not want to think about it because that's not my business.
Yes.
My business is what we want.
And if we will get it.
Yes, the French didn't come here because they like us. They came here because there's something they hope to gain. And there are other countries to go to, but they came here. That, in my mind, already gives us leverage.
Yeah.
Now, if that gives us leverage, do we take advantage of that leverage and guarantee that we actually ensure that we benefit? That really is my concern. What the French want, they know and they want, and we will see it sooner rather than later. Are we getting what we can from this deal, and are we getting the best deal? That is my primary concern.
Yeah.
Yes.
Willis Juma is saying, moving in war, number of soldiers do not matter, but is the techniques and the mode. But what matters is the techniques and the mode. Check on Sanzu tactic of war. For example, how many US soldiers evaded Venezuelan president and abducted him?
He's right. The war that is now fought, it's fought with technology. You have to have satellites, surface-to-air missiles, depending on what it is, the sensitivity of your satellite, what it can do, what it can't do. That's how wars are fought now.
Yeah.
So that by the time somebody's going to war, they know so much about you. How do you think?
They know the vulnerable points.
They know. How do you think that Iran was able to bomb all these bases that America has in the Middle East? Including some communication center that Google had in Saudi. How do you think? They knew. How? They were very targeted. How did they bomb the British base in Cyprus?
Yeah.
They knew.
For example, like in Iran, I was just watching something on CNN the other day, and Iran was very tactical in the targets that they hit. They just didn't throw random bombs.
They did not.
They hit military installations, and especially the critical ones.
They did.
The ones that will control the missiles, the ones where there is high command,
Yeah.
the one where their proximity to Iran is very damaging. Those are the ones they went for, and those guys caused some serious damage. And this was coming from the person who was giving that analysis is a former military personnel in the US, and he was like, these guys, they had done their homework for a very long time. You know that issue of, if I give you an axe, are you going to cut the mugumo tree for 10 hours, or will you spend 9 hours sharpening it and just 1 hour cutting it down? That is exactly what these guys have been, the Iranians that is, have been doing for a very long time. Wamekuwa kitukanwa, wanatulia tu, wanafanya kinyo wanataka, wanatulia tu, hawasemi chochote. Kumbe hao wanajua, wase kukinuka tutagonga pale pale pale. It's like those guys who go for, a fight. They will look at you, they are shorter than you, you're big, you probably have muscles, then they'll just look at you, siti, and aseme huyu ni kimgonga pale katikati ya miguu, finished. So you'll come there with your body size, jamaa atakupatia tu ngumi moja ama teke moja, disabled.
You know, Paul, the lesson one learns from this particular fight, is that the Israelis and the Americans didn't really understand the Iranian military capacity. They did not. They had taken it for granted and had not studied it. And the assumption that if they killed the leader, that would demoralize the nation. What they did was they achieved was the complete opposite.
Yeah.
They have a structure. Iran has been doing their business quietly. They remind me of China. China was quietly building and quietly doing the things quietly.
Yeah.
No fanfare, no noise, no shouts. When China emerged, it was an extremely serious power. And people realized and said, God Almighty, now to understand the might of China, you need to know how much of the financial paper, American paper they hold, how much the Japanese hold. Believe me, those countries are powerful. You can think what you like.
Yes.
And then the Europeans also hold a lot of paper. American isn't as mighty as you think. No, not really. Not really. Somewhere along the line, some decisions were made that guaranteed that there was a power shift.
And actually, Siti Muga, this war with Iran has exposed their weak underbelly vibaya sana. It has really exposed these guys vibaya.
You know what I find tragic, Paul, is that that country indeed, not was, is a great country in so many ways. There is hardly any country on this planet that has the racial diversification that America has. There is no country on this planet that it was understood that once you get in there and you're willing to do what needs to be done to work and to follow the law, that you'll progress. No country on earth has ever achieved what the Americans have achieved. And when they call the American dream, it is something that people achieved. That's why it was a dream. But the twist and the turn that we learn from them is the democracy that they practiced wasn't democracy in the real sense of the word, because capitalism was at the core of the democracy. So the equality that democracy was supposed to bring was abrogated at a very early stage. Capitalism was their democracy, really. It's like a religion that they practiced. And it morphed to the point where you have what you call rentier, from the word rent. Somebody provides a service which you may not particularly need.
Yes.
But you will pay for it. Whether it is Google, whether it is Facebook,
email.
Those are rentier capitalists. You will pay for it. Okay? But because everybody needs it and they go to a point where you need it, they make so much money. It's astronomical, to say the very least. And they have the power, and they can more or less determine the direction the politics takes. So the businessman runs the country. So the politician is run by the businessman. Now, that is unfortunate because it then diminishes the world of knowledge acquisition and innovation, academia, which has led the world and opened the world up for things we never even thought would happen. Academia, learning at its very best. And yet it's the same country where you'll find in some part of the country there is illiteracy rate. You find children in public institutions who at this time they're going to high school have problems reading and writing. An inequality which was never addressed. They have what you call street people, homeless people. A country with that sort of wealth, and then you have this sort of population. Us, we don't have those numbers. Us, we have slums, which we shouldn't have. What am I saying? I'm saying when you forget what it is that you stood for, and you keep reinventing ways of accumulating wealth and more and more and more, the equality that democracy is supposed to bring is lost. And that's what we want to guard here. Because when people talk about the GDP, the number of people who have the money is a very small number. And since GDP is an aggregate, we look like we're doing well, we're not. A very large portion of our country does not even know what it's going to eat tomorrow. When you talk about a number of like 3 million going to 4, those aren't few people. So again, whenever people talk about politics, the question that we have to ask here continuously is, please don't tell us you are going to remove a person. That one, the election can do that for you. It is the aftermath of that election that concerns me. You who wants power, what do you want to do? How do you want to make sure that those who can't get food get food? How do you want to make sure that we have a system that because of the early warning signs, we are able to forestall issues of famine, issues of drought, issues of flooding, issues of disease? How? Because there are people who know how to do this. How do we engage such people so that we can ensure that these are taken care of?
I wish we had politicians who will behave like, those mothers who cook during functions, whether it's a wedding or funeral, whatever. Wakati anapika, of course ataonja chakula.
Yes.
Anataka kujua kama imetosha chumvi.
No, lazima aonje.
Na hata endelea kuwapikia akiwa na njaa anyway.
Ni ngumu.
So utapata saa zile amewekelea kakuku, anachukua liver, anakula hiyo because it's a small nice piece.
Kuna kama tumbo ametoa hapo, kaanga hapo, amekula.
Lakini anapikia kila mtu and they do a very nice equitable share whereby if you are 10 everyone gets
a piece.
Wewe utapata nyama 3, maybe kuna moja atapata 4, lakini nyinyi wote mtapata nyama.
Kila mtu atakula nyama.
Pilau itakuwa na viazi nini, kila mtu atapata kiazi, acha nikite hivi.
Yes. Na kuna tu kasehemu ya nyama itapitia upande wako.
Na utaona kidogo kishamaliza kusava, naangalia sahani moja anaona ile nimeweka mingi kuliko ile. Unaona kichota kakijiko kwa moja anaongeza pale. At the end of the day, kila mtu amekula chakula, everyone is satisfied.
Yes.
Okay, so whatever little was there you eat. I wish our politicians would do something similar. And I'm not saying that they eat. All I'm saying is unaweza onja usikie kama chumvi imetosha. Right? Unaweza pia usikae na njaa in the process. Ajua tutaki ufaint kwa kitchen. Tukuje tukupata umesweat huko, umeanguka chini, umekufa sababu ya joto. Fungua dirisha, hewa iingie. Unfortunately, what they do here in Africa largely is they cook the food, take the lion's share, eat to their fill, get their relatives out. Sasa yeye ameshiba, analisha relatives wake, then sasa ile imebaki anaanza kuambia watu huko nje chakula kimeiva. Sasa ni yeye anaanza kuangalia ni nani ana favor, nani atakuja kumpromise nitakugawia yangu kidogo ukinipatia chakula. That unfortunately is what is happening here in this continent of ours, and perhaps that's why we won't move forward anytime soon until we deal with that. Chris Gatti amesema, Mr. Mbuvi, it's not negotiating bad for the country, but negotiating for personal benefit for those in power. Our leaders currently not bothered or concerned of nationality. Maybe you mean nationalism? I don't know. But anasema yes, perhaps when we are having these bilateral conversations with countries, at the end of the day they are thinking for themselves, not necessarily something that will benefit the entire country. There's someone we hosted yesterday, Pidgin Odimwengu. Odimwengu alisema hizi deals zinachapwa na gava hapa au tu ndio wana benefit. Ni venye sasa sisi ndio ile product wanauza, but wana benefit by selling us. So they don't care whether it's France or Portugal or Germany or America or the UK that comes here. Then they just want to know, so you're coming here, you want what? Okay, oil exploration. Okay, so how much am I getting? That was his argument last night.
There is sufficient evidence to support that particular view, but it's not the only view. Because one of the things that is also interesting about these Western countries, they, especially those who have had colonies, they have had a long history of colonizing African countries and other nations to understand that if the citizenry don't benefit, neither will they. So they're the ones who normally put a halt. When you hear of one government project with a Western country being cut off, it's because they put their foot down and said, we're not going to do what you're saying. Because we do not see how that is going to benefit the citizenry and it'll bring a problem. They've seen it in the past. They've been at this game for a much, much longer time. So they understand exactly what is likely to happen if the citizenry don't benefit. The national sport that we have revolves around who can accumulate the most. Remember, we were parodying earlier on in the early hour how it is. Greed doesn't have any limitation. When somebody has bought choppers, then somebody mentions to him that, you know, sir, there's kuna kabot fulani inaitwa yacht, lakini haijaandikwa YOT, imeandikwa yacht, YATCH. Brother, hiyo boat mazee mzuri, ukiwa nayo mambo ya kusumbuana, sijui unaenda Pemba, si ndege, kutoka tu Mombasa unafika Pemba, unafika Zanzibar. Really? I said yes, ni mzuri sana, unaweza kuweka wageni. The people who own these things in the West are businessmen, sportsmen, people who are paid highly. You know what they do, and you know even where the money comes from. This one, there is no factory they have built. There is no commercial interest that they have that is extensive and traverses East and Central Africa. You can say, this man's wealth, we understand it. It's not a supermarket chain. They are not producers of mechanical goods. They are not producers of foodstuffs that people can say, you know, these guys have huge farms and this is what they produce. No, none of that. They don't manufacture spare parts, but they're wealthy.
Okay.
We have that unique distinction of being a country that has very many wealthy people who cannot actually show you what business they do directly in terms of commercial business. There is a business they do, and we know it.
Which is?
The pilfer. They ensure that what it is that is supposed to go to the citizenry goes to them. So we have this never-ending cycle of poverty because the money that was supposed to make the lives of these people better is taken by a few individuals. What they don't know is, beyond leaving it here, that situation has happened before in other parts of the world. And when the change comes about, you will curse the day you took that particular path, because you will lose literally everything you ever had. I like our country because people think in terms of, we will take these people to court. We will make sure that the agency that we have that is supposed to do these things actually now do their work. And if it's money you've accumulated, if it is property you've acquired, we will take it away from you. I saw it happening to the former governor of Migori.
Yeah.
Some properties were taken. Yeah.
After ile kesi yake.
Yeah. You see, the Auditor General had flagged him.
Yes.
If we could do the same for very many governors who have been flagged by the Auditor General,
yes,
it would be a good thing. We saw one governor going to jail and he's out now. All I'm saying is, these are things you should not ignore.
Yes.
Somebody will tell you, oh, nothing. No. It is something. That a governor can be jailed. Even if he leaves 3 days later, he has been jailed. We know it can happen.
Yeah.
There's a question of, can they stay longer? If you see one property has been taken back, well, that one I need to know which property it was, and this taking back, I need to understand what it is, because figures are thrown around and I'm not sure. There are some who they say they find with bank account. There are some who built vaults in their houses and they found cash. Remember that cash which was found with the oil issue?
Yes, the 500 million.
Did you hear that story again?
Nope.
Yeah.
Have you heard of those guys again? Forget the money.
No, see, that's where I have a problem.
Yeah.
Why did they have to resign in the first place? Because once they resigned, the story became murky. Early on in the game, we're told, yes, that oil is being returned. We said, nonsense, that oil hasn't gone anywhere. I wasn't guessing.
A few weeks later, a few days later actually, the government is now requesting for that kind of oil.
No. First of all, the acting MD said, sorry, guys, that oil, changia system. Previously it had returned.
Na tukaambiwa hiyo meli
imeenda. And we asked, okay, the process of returning that thing, how does it work? Okay? The guy tells us, sorry, it's in the market. The next thing, the government has decided it is cheap. Now, if you are looking for proof that all this was choreographed, it was that one. So you know, okay, baba, hii ni nyimbo ilikuwa inachezwa and those fellows ambao design, those are the dancers.
Siti ndio uweke 500 million kwa nyumba. Okay, because let's assume it was divided.
Found in one person.
It was divided amongst the three folks, So let's even say an average of 1 million per person. 100 million, sorry, per person. Why are you keeping all that money in your house?
Do you know what 100 million looks like if it is put before you?
I know what 1 million looks like.
Okay, now
that is the most I've ever handled at a time.
All right, now that 1 million imefungwa inakaa
kama kwa kanono hivi.
Sio? Okay? Now multiply that by 10, you have 10 million. Multiply that by another 10, you have 100 million.
Ndio kuwe na 100.
Visually, it's a heap. So there are people who walk around with that sort of money.
Not at once, but over time you accumulate it. Maybe last week you had some 3 million, then the week before that you had come with 5 million. So over a period of time, maybe perhaps a couple of months, you have just been bringing that money pole kwa nyumba yako.
A lot will be said about that money, what it did, where it went, how it went, and so forth. But with every such narrative and such story, we are entrenching corruption and we are normalizing it. So that anybody who speaks against it will be the odd person out. Sasa when you're the spoiler. Kwani unaongea juu ya hiki tu? Bora unaongea mbaya? I said, hii ni mali ya umma, brother. No. Then stories za hii mali ya mama yako will come in. And you wonder why your mother is being brought into this discussion. Yes.
Ama unaambiwa siti hebu kuja. Tunasikia ukiuliza ile story ile pesa 500 million fanya hivi, si ushike hii ni 20 million. Alafu hiyo story tusisikie tena.
Yeah, please. Zile shida ndogo. No, wewe ni mtu mkubwa. No, tuache tukuongezee 5.
Wacha ikuwe 25. And maybe wewe mwenyewe kuja useme si tuifanye 40. Anakuambia 40. But alafu tutasikia story tena. Hapo ndio petaishia. Unasema na hata mtu akiniuliza nitawaambia hiyo story ilienda hivi.
No, what you do is unajua siko peke yangu. Tuko na mbuvi.
Sasa siezi mbuvi akiona tu ninakaa msafi.
So ni vizuri tumpatie mbuvi kidogo.
Anaambia okay. Mbuvi anataka kama ngapi hivi?
Unajua mbuvi
tunaona tukimpatia 5 ni kama itakuwa sawa.
No, mbuvi yako na familia kubwa, tumpatie 10.
Tumpatie 10.
Yes.
Haya, unasikia? Ndio hiyo mbuvi. Tusisikie story tena.
City and mbuvi. The government was very right.
As a matter of fact,
the way the government does its business should not be questioned by people who don't know.
Why did this guy resign?
Yes, exactly.
As a matter of fact, they need to be reinstated.
Yes, because this thing is unclear. Maybe because they did the right thing. If the government actually went and ensured that they now want to import the same oil they said was bad, then it means that oil was okay to begin with.
Exactly.
Yes.
After all, Malaysia used that kind of oil.
Yes.
Yani watu wa Malaysia ndio wako important kuliko
wale wao si binadamu. Ai. My friend, ile matusi ambayo itakuja.
Let me read a few comments here. There's Shem Salim amesema the debate about number of the military, you all are wrong. Okay, Shem, tuambie ni wangapi?
Ni wangapi? Yes. I am happy to be wrong.
Yeah, because Google doesn't know. Clearly we don't know. How many are they? And then Star Kenya anasema local Kenyans have funds running in the billions of dollars. You interviewed a lady once with a 35 billion fund. France deals at summit is about 1 billion. This is absolutely not worth the trouble and excitement. Ala, tumeongea na mtu akona 35 billion hapa ama si tu uliongewa na huyo mtu mkuu huko Mombasa Road?
Iko namna hii.
Umeongea na mtu ako worth 35 billion?
I have no idea what
or at least they control a fund worth 35 billion.
It's important I repeat what I've just said. I have no idea what they're talking about.
Okay. Star Kenya continue to say the 11 deals worth 1 billion compared to the France economy of $3 trillion, with France does not have its skin in the game. It is smoke and mirrors. Yeah. In my opinion, they should be shunned at all costs. We have this money. Okay. Nairobi gossip politics. Amesema EACC should raid the homes of KRA commissioners. They will find way more money than 500 million. Tayo Tripper amesema Jeremiah Kioni should not represent the United Opposition because he is a UDA mole. Jimmy Kwan amecheka amesema I can't. Ni hiyo story tumesema ya kupatiwa pesa. Wewe unajua kuna pesa unaweza patiwa bana. You will sell your soul. Yeah. Staken has reminded us, the person that we spoke with, anasema we talked to Sheida Mutuku of the Africa Social Infrastructure Fund. Yes, I remember that lady. She's actually been here twice. Akituambia juu ya mambo ya hiyo fund. Alright, sasa I would like to take a short break right now. CT aweze kukimbia pale kwa ile ofisi nyingine ndogo. Then when we return, the conversation that will take place in the fourth and last hour shall be introduced. Meanwhile, here is the news with Winnie Maganga.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. French President Emmanuel Macron says the renewed partnership between Africa and France will help promote practical progress in areas such as dialogue, economic growth, education, and healthcare. Speaking during a state dinner for leaders attending the Africa Forward Summit at State House, Nairobi, President Macron also praised Kenyan President William Ruto for bringing together leaders to advance meaningful development outcomes across the continent.
This renewed partnership is the best way to deliver new concrete solutions for dialogues, growth, prosperity, education, health. So I'm very proud to be here, and I want, Mr. President, dear William, to thank you for such a perfect organization, for inviting you here with the First Lady at your table, and for gathering the whole continent and so many representatives of the different fields of this relation in order not just to celebrate, but build concrete results.
Police in Bondo sub-county have arrested a Tanzanian gold dealer in connection with the suspected murder of a 20-year-old student from Jaramogi Oginga Odinga University of Science and Technology. The suspect, Maximilian John Madeni, was arrested after the body of the second-year Bachelor of Education Science student was found on Saturday in the Barco Wino area within Bondo Township. According to Bondo Sub-County Police Commandant Robert Aboki, the body was discovered by local women who had gone to collect firewoods before they alerted authorities. Jubilee Deputy Party Leader Jeremiah Kioni says former President Uhuru Kenyatta had planned to retire from active politics after leaving office. However, ongoing court battles within the Jubilee Party forced him to stay involved. Kioni says the party is now moving to amend its constitution to prevent future leadership wrangles and create room for younger leaders to take over. Kioni was speaking on Radio Generation today.
If Jubilee was not in court, we will not be discussing about Uhuru being in politics today. He has always had the mind of retiring from that active role in a political party.
Yes.
So that becomes the order the country wants to see, where every other person can go and say, we are having this. So he continues being in politics because those who are in government and those who were in government are now in the opposition, didn't allow him to execute his political agenda within the last 3 years.
Okay.
I say that because this is a discussion we have had with him. He honestly wanted to hand over this party to another group of people, and also to create room for young people to come in and get into the leadership of this country.
Okay.
A role I think we will play if it goes, if it continues, or we continue in the same direction that we are in. As of course, as it is now, we can say many things, including that the fact that he is also not in very active politics.
Yes.
You can also get, like, there are times people will rush to him and tell him things that are not accurate.
Israel has passed a new law that will allow the death penalty and public trials for people accused of taking part in the deadly 2023 Hamas attack on Israel and mass hostage-taking. The legislation was approved by Knesset, with 93 lawmakers voting in support and none opposing the bill. The law received rare backing from government and opposition politicians, while 27 lawmakers either abstained or were absent during the vote. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning. I'm Winnie Maganga.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
Welcome back. It is now 6 minutes past 9 o'clock. My name is Mongala Mbuvi. I'm with Timuge in the studio. We want to look at some of the things that are making headlines in this particular hour. And one of them is the issue on SHA, which we shall be embarking on shortly. City, I was just going through X, and then I found someone saying that Garissa is not close to Kitui, or rather is not bordering Kitui County like we had mentioned. So I even thought I was crazy, man.
No, you're not crazy.
So I checked, I even opened the map just to confirm whether I come from Kitui County and what I've been saying is either true or false. So Kitui County actually borders several counties. It borders Tharaka Nithi, it borders Tana River, it borders Machakos County, it also borders Garissa County. Makueni County as well, depending on which direction you're coming from. So some folks were commenting on what we said. Was it yesterday? I think it was either yesterday or the day. Yeah. We said a couple of things. So in case you're wondering, you can just open your map and check, because I saw two people asking whether we look at the same map. But yeah, we do actually look at the same map. Like I said, Tharaka Nithi, tuko na Garissa, tuko na Machakos County, tuko na hii county nyingine nimekwambia ni Tana River, alafu Garissa. Hapo ndio kulikuanga na zile skirmishes mlisikia sometime last week but one, and that is why they occurred. It is because neighboring county, well, it is alleged that some folks from those counties came over and did what they did. All right, so that's that. Honorable Aden Duale has posted something a couple of hours ago. Let me just read his tweet before we read what exactly it is that he said. Following the directives of His Excellency President William Samoei Ruto during the State of the Nation address and the resolutions in the 12th summit, the government has officially enhanced the Social Health Authority, that is SHA, benefit packages under legal notice number 78 of 2026, marking a major milestone in our journey towards universal health coverage. And then he has gone on to write a lot of things. For example, one of the things that is there is, under the enhanced package, all registered SHA beneficiaries will now access free maternity services at level 2 and level 3 primary healthcare facilities on a walk-in, walk-out basis. So hakuna kulala pale, hii ni outpatient. The cover includes both normal deliveries and cesarean sections, fully financed through the Primary Healthcare Fund, easing the burden on expectant mothers and advancing safe motherhood across the country. All right, again, SHA beneficiaries will now access free maternity services at level what? 2 and level 3. primary healthcare facilities on a walk-in, walk-out basis. The cover includes both normal deliveries and cesarean sections. So if you go to a level 2 facility or a level 3 facility, you will receive those services for free. You will go there, you will deliver your baby or babies absolutely free, whether you are doing normal delivery or you are doing what? A cesarean section. To strengthen cancer care and shield families from catastrophic medical costs, the annual cancer benefits package has been increased from 550,000 to 800,000 Kenya shillings. The expanded cover includes oncology consultations, chemotherapy, radiotherapy, advanced diagnostic services such as CT scans, MRI, and PET scans, what we know as PET scans. Specialized treatment options including brachytherapy and SBRT, SBRS, as well as supportive care services. All right, so from 550 imepelekwa mpaka 800k. In addition, the government has introduced dedicated support for patients living with sickle cell disease. The package now covers apheresis platelets at 20,000 Kenya shillings and sorry,
bless you,
red cell exchange at 70,000 shillings each, accessible up to 3 times within a policy period, which is kawaida 1 year, right? These interventions reaffirm our commitment to building an inclusive, responsive, and people-centered healthcare system where no Kenyan is left behind. So, registered members, mumesikia? That means you have got to be registered for you to get those cesarean sections or normal delivery at a level 2 or level 3 hospital. See, that's a good thing.
It is a good thing.
Yeah. Pale wanasema histology specimen, large specimen imelipia hadi 5,000.
Okay, when does it take effect?
I think it takes place immediately.
It does not say so.
Following the directives of His Excellency President during the State of the Nation address, yeah.
Yes, they have said what they've done, but
the government has officially enhanced. So officially meaning has officially, so it's now.
Meaning, as we speak, as I'm writing this thing,
ukienda hospitali saa hizi
services have now been enhanced.
Ukienda CT saa hiyo hospitali level 2 na 3 utazaa normal ama utafanywa cesarean na utakuwa sawa. Sawa.
Sawa.
Hivyo ndivyo inamaanisha.
That's what it means. Nimeshukuru.
Alafu kuna vitu zingine hapo. If you check out, I'm actually checking Honorable Aden Duale's X account. Kuna vitu ame-explain hapo. Ukifungua pale utaziona. Including hizo venye tumesema saizi akina CT scans, MRI, bone scan, radionuclide scan, bwana. So you guys need to go and register SHA and your parents as well, muingize pale ndani ili muweze kujua ni nini kiko pale ndani.
Actually, you can actually register your parents separately.
Remotely.
You can because you kitu haina age limit.
Yes. Even if your grandparents are 90 years old, they can be registered onto SHA.
You see, what SHA has become is actually a health insurance cover.
Yes.
With all these things they're offering things that even the private insurers, health insurers can't offer you. No.
Yeah. There's again, reading under where Honorable Duale has his tweets. So these are replies to his tweet.
Responses.
To his tweet, yeah. Silas Wrong amesema hivi. Make maternity services absolutely free without SHA nonsense. What do you want teenage under 18 years mothers to do? Yet they must have IDs to register SHA. Linda Mama was the best pregnancy with pregnancy as the only requirement when you go kuna mimba, whether you are 9 years old or 90 years old, you just walk into a hospital and they sort you out. So anasema bring Linda Mama back, meanwhile one term. So let me ask City that is Silas Wrong amesema Kenya, amesema unataka kuniambia, by the way, speaking of teenage mothers who do not have IDs, a 14-year-old for example cannot be treated under SHA. Ama hiyo sasa kwa under the parents.
I don't know about SHA. I don't know about SHA because they are minors, but once you are pregnant you become a mature minor. You are now treated as an adult.
Yes.
but you still won't get an ID.
For example, my kids, since I'm registered kwa isha, nimeweka watoto wangu pale kama beneficiaries, si ndio? So God forbid one of my daughters falls pregnant, of which I hope they don't. Si ninaweza mpeleka na atashughulikiwa na SHA.
Yes.
So kumaanisha hizo maternity cesarean sections, whatever
because
it is.
Registered.
Yes. Because I am registered and they are under me.
If the 14 and 16-year-olds have parents who are registered, yes, they can be treated. The term they use for that is a mature manner, because the service that you're seeking is a service that you assumed will be for an adult.
Yeah.
Somebody of age. But if you're under the care, that is a cover.
Yes.
Now, what I don't know is whether SHA will be specific or they'll be picky, that they do not cover pregnancy in children.
Minors, yes.
Yes, but that may be short-sightedness, because there are very many young girls
Silas,
who get pregnant.
Yeah, Silas might be one term, but he actually has a very valid question here, or point that we just need. I think we just need some kind of clarification.
You know, the one term position that Kenyans have taken is their right. It is their right. It is their right to decide whom they don't want to vote for. It is their right to decide whom they want to vote for. It is their right.
Mr. Patrico amesema hivi, UHC staffs have started calling you Mheshimiwa and Elder Honorable Aden Duale. They are crying for not being safe under the hands of COG or COG. Their contract is elapsing this month, and PNP letters, which I believe is permanent and pensionable letters, not issued. What's the way, or what's cooking, sir? Do them justice for once and absorb at Ministry of Health. Kini kukua politician ama CS kwa hii country ni kazi ngumu. Kukua kwa serikali ni kazi ngumu.
You know, everything that has been said about Duale that is negative, the man is turning out to be a very effective minister for health. When you look at the problems that we have, the things he's been accused of,
yes,
I haven't seen proof being provided for some of the accusations, like you own this hospital. He may well own them.
Others are saying that he is now the richest Somali in Kenya.
He may well be.
Yeah.
What I am saying is, I'm not privy to the evidence that would support those views. I simply am not privy to it.
Right.
Those who are privy could share it with us. I'm saying his tenure in this ministry.
Yeah.
Let's start with the strike of the doctors, interns,
nurses.
Yes. Those were perennial issues, constant.
The CEOs, what are they called? Clinical officers.
Yes, constant. Under Barasa, and under Susan, all these people had issues. Duale came in, the issues existed. The intern issue was sorted out, was it not?
It was.
One doesn't hear of it.
I hear now they're earning what, 260K?
Whatever it is they're earning.
Yeah.
There was the issue of the clinical officers.
Okay.
They came to an understanding. There was the issue of doctors. They came to an understanding. Meaning, he has quietened some of those waters. Issues may rise up again, but the noise that one heard previously, when the two previous ministers of health were in that position, we don't hear it. So it looks like he has managed to find a middle ground that all the parties who had issues to complain about have arrived at.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
That is the appearance, because if that were not the case, then I'm sure we'd be hearing more and more complaints, wouldn't we?
We would. Dennis Mar, sijui jina yake itaishia lakini ni Dennis. Dennis anasema waziri anaambia sasa Duale, waziri, you behave as if SHA is funded directly from president's pocket.
How?
I love Kenyans. They don't waste time. Wanakwambianga Kenya wanafeel. Najaribu kuona kama kuna kitu kingine amesema. Actually amesema tu hivyo. This is Dennis Marshall aka Dennis Were 16. Waziri, you behave as if SHA is funded directly from the president's pocket. Aya. Dennis has said what Dennis has said. Mohammed naye amesema you behave as if, and I need to be very careful reading these things. You behave as if it's Ruto and your mother's money make maternity free to those who don't have ID and to those who haven't registered for this nonsense.
This person is angry.
Yes, Mohammed, yes. Mohammed is
no,
very
he is angry. Because you know, it's a public forum. So you mentioned the president. Where does someone's mother come into the conversation? How do you bring someone's mother into the conversation?
The same way Duale once said, "Pesa si ya mama yako."
Good. So the favor is being returned.
Yeah, no, alifunzwa clearly kusema hivi. So
if he's the one who began this si ya mama yako, then
fair game.
Ni fair game sasa hiyo. Hapo ni fair game.
Moses anasema the Kenyan government once played Russian roulette with mothers' lives, gambled away public trust, and built a giant extraction machine called SHA. Now, as the wind of elections begin to stir, it has quietly crawled back on its belly to the warm heart of Linda Mama. Like a farmer who burned his own granary and now returns at harvest time begging for the old seeds. This administration has shown its true compass policy does not sail on the winds of ideology or evidence. It drifts wherever political survival blows. You know what? If I look at what Moses Miles has said, he's also known as at Young Pharmacy on X. Could it be true? Could there be some truth to what he's saying? That perhaps the government is doing what it is doing as far as kushughulikia kina mama is concerned, pregnant mothers to be specific, because we are heading towards an election and they want to take care of this particular people because they know their votes perhaps will matter.
The history of this country provides ample examples of certain activities being taken around election time.
Yeah.
That one, it's not new.
If they happen to win elections next year, re-election, if they happen to be re-elected, that is the Kenya Kwanza government, what is stopping them from deleting some of these things that they are doing now?
Nothing.
And say that, guys, tumerealize kitu ni ngumu sana, so hiyo story ya maternity tume reduce from this much to this much, or now mtakuwa mnaenda hospitali mnalipa 4,000 mkienda level 2 na level 3, because after all si tumeshapata hii kura, ni nini ingine tunataka?
That particular perspective is a very short-sighted perspective.
Okay. So what should we do?
You know, if the service is said to work, test it and see whether it's working or not. Yes. Even as you're naysaying, test the system and see if it works or not.
Yeah.
And then say, this system they've offered is not working. It's a con. And so on, so on, so on, so on. Those who've tested it will say, I am so and so, I tested it, it is not working. Or if the opposite is true, and they say, by the way, this thing is working.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
Now, we will then know that once the elections are over, whether it's just an empty electoral gimmick, whether it was a change that was meant to last through time. We will see that, won't we?
We will see that.
Yes.
We will see that. There are some comments but zimepotea. Here we go. Murei anasema, no, this is Kenya. Hey, Kenya ameongea mbaya. Hii sijui niseme ni sitasoma hiyo. But anasema you said SHA is better than Linda Mama. Wewe na UDA zenyu ni frauds.
You see, social media seems to be a platform where people exchange the ideas about their political expertise. I mean, huyu ni fraud, huyu si fraud, huyu ni mbaya. Again, freedoms which they are permitted. But may I urge those who comment on social media, some of these things that are said about the government, why don't you go and determine whether they are true or not? Because the people will be telling you this works. Test it and see. So that you know for yourself, not because somebody else has told you.
Yes.
Because the person who has told you may have been told by somebody else, who was then told by somebody else. So none of them has actually had the experience they're talking about so energetically. When something negative, something say about a service you're supposed to get, and the government has told it works, try it out.
You know, yesterday we were just talking here again with Odimwengu and Hanifa. Na nikasema, like, it's okay to hate on or dislike a government, and it's normal because, look, at the end of the day anyway, you want better services from your government, right? So I was like, sometimes I find the opposition sazini wanazushanga bila substance ama saa zingine wanakosa ku acknowledge some of the good things that are happening, but they asked a valid question. both of them, Hanifa and the guest. Wakauliza, lakini it's not the opposition's responsibility to say what the government has done.
No, it is the responsibility to speak the truth.
That's the thing.
Truth is not siding with the government or with the opposition. Truth is independent.
Yes.
Of
saying that this is what is.
It is. Whether you don't like someone, you like someone, it is what it is. Yes. Yes. The simple example is, I may not like Shah.
Yeah.
Truth is, it exists.
And I gave them an example of a dress code. Someone has dressed. You probably like the shoes. The shoes are very good, but the rest of the attire, unasema hii trouser sali toa wapi? Hii shati nayo surely aliona via green. Hiyo kofia So you can say, my friend, you have very nice shoes, but I wish you'd change that suit. That is how I was hoping
the conversation to go.
Opposition wangekuwa wanafanya hivyo, in my opinion. Wakuja waseme isha yenu by the way ni mbaya. Sawa, let's agree ni mbaya. Hapo kwa maternity hapo tunaweza wapatia tick. Lakini hapo kwa outpatient mmechoma. Hapo kwa cancer surely. Hapo kwa kitu fulani oncology, si oncology, kitu kingine inaitwa nini? Gynecology hapo mmechoma. I wish ingekuanga hivyo. Hapo sikuja tu kusema huyu mtu amevaa nguo vibaya, lakini hautaki kumwambia nguo nao umevaa vibaya, but I like the kofia and the shoes, and that tie, instead of doing red, do green.
You see, our political system and our understanding of it doesn't quite function that way. You choose a person to hate. It's not about political party. The political party is hated because of this person. Okay? And so long as you hate this person, there is nothing that they're going to do which can be right. It doesn't matter what they do. You will find some wrong with it. It doesn't matter. Even if there's something that is glaring and smacking you in the face and saying, look, I'm working. You'll say, no, that's a con. You will find some reason to dismiss it. It is how we do our politics. When you throw in the icing of a tribe onto it, then now it doesn't become the individual. It now is how our two. That one person becomes then a community. And everything that has to do with him has to do with the community that he comes from. That's our politics. Hawa. Yeah. And then an entire community is lambasted because somebody has chosen as an individual or two whom they hate, not dislike, hate. So this whole lot of people, that's our politics.
Yeah.
You don't even look at the merits and demerits of it. You don't even ask and say, but this is a large community with very many people, in the millions actually. So you're saying all these millions of people are exactly as you say. And of course the knowledge is not true. See? So when you say that is not true, you cannot talk about these people in that manner. Okay? Because what you are then doing, you are profiling.
You are othering.
You are othering. My friend, these otherings and political messaging that are negative start from very, very far. The 2008, what they call the tribal clashes, it didn't start in 2008. No. You need to go back into history. You need to go back to even 1992. And look at some of the utterances that were being made by politicians in that region and even the President Moi himself at that time.
Yes.
The moment an individual is a diminutive of themselves, they become a thing. What you have done is you've removed the humanity from that person. So thereafter, anything done to them, you're not really harming a human being, you're harming this thing. Anything that you do, you are doing because this person is despicable, because you have ensured that the human element has completely been diminished from them. It's something that has been done. It's been studied. It's a process that people follow. And anytime you'll find a lot of harm being meted on one particular community, depending on which region, that is what has happened.
Yeah.
If you look at areas of northeastern and the problems they have, whether it's in Marsabit, whether it was in Wajir and all these places, hatred is directed at an individual. Then these people become a thing. Watu ni komba mwiko. Yes. So you take it. Watu ni madoadoa. Do you know? You've opened a path for someone to commit an atrocity because psychologically it's not really a human being. It's somebody who actually perhaps needs to be exterminated.
Yeah.
That's what we do. So the hatred that people have, they don't even examine it. Why do I actually hate this person? He made a promise and didn't keep it. Then I have a very long list of people to hate. How many people do you know who have told you they'll do certain things and for whatever reason have not? So I must hate them. Or is it that you felt you're doing this person such a big favor that they must do what you want them to do, and when they don't?
Yes. Ni hapo kwa favor city. Hata usiende mbali. Hapo tu kwa favor hapo tu.
Nikome hapo.
Ni hapo kwa favor.
Yeah.
And I'm sure perhaps you've seen this in a cultural establishment. You've gone to enjoy drinks with your friend. Then there's this nagging person that always comes around. Bako namwambia wewe, hauoni City hataki kuongeleshwa na watu kama wewe. City hajafukuzwa huyo mtu. But wewe unaona City ameboeka sana, unaanza kufukuzwa mtu on his behalf.
You know, Paul.
Those are some of the things that happen, yes.
We were once, I have a class grouping. They saw it fit. I was not elected chairman. I was nominated by acclamation. There was no voting that took place. Just said, City, you're going to be chairman. Okay? We were once having our meetings that we have every quarterly at a certain establishment. So, and there was a young lady who was selling honey.
Yes.
Among the people who were with is an agricultural expert in such matters. He said, guys, because we do not know how this honey was made, we're not even sure if it has been adulterated by sugar. I would caution against buying it. We are the ones who heard it, the young lady didn't hear it. One of my colleagues decided, the example he gave, excuse me, we are busy talking, are you disturbing us? You know, I had to jump in and tell him she was not talking to you, sir.
Yeah.
She was talking to me.
Yes.
And I have no problem with her talking to me. So you just carry on with whatever business you are doing. Stop addressing her this way. So I bought some honey.
Yes.
Okay. And told her, I can only buy one. She said, buy two. I bought two. I left it at that. When she was going to tell the guy, what is wrong with you? Huh? What is wrong with you?
What is?
Yes, example give.
Okay.
Okay, tunaongea na system.
Ni YouTube kidogo imeiba sauti yote.
No, we welcome YouTube to intervene.
You may proceed.
No, I told the guy, Chief, that girl is old enough to be a grandchild of ours. A very young daughter of ours, given our age. Why do you speak to her in such a tone?
Yeah.
She's making a living. She's you know, she actually is working. This is a business she's working. I said, oh, you know such people. I said, no. It is better you keep quiet. And in this case, you're wrong. She was not talking to you in the first place.
Yes.
Why were you representing me? I wasn't bothered. In fact, I was having a very nice discussion with the young lady. There are people like that who, for some reason or the other, they are not happy until wamekoroga situation kidogo. Okay? Now, we find them in the political sphere in abundance.
Yeah.
So, their leaning towards anything is negativity. Haki, it doesn't matter what is said, they'll find something negative. Ni wale watu, the sun is shining, you can see the sun. The guy is looking for a cloud.
Yeah.
Do you see the sun? It's a bit cold.
Yeah.
Chief, it's hot. No.
It's very hot.
This thing, you see that cloud? It's coming this way. So this sun, which is in abundance, you don't see. That cloud in the distance, the one that you see.
I'd like to hear the voices of some of our listeners here. If you'd like to call in, 0116-928-683. That is on WhatsApp. You can also send a voice note. Kimilembe from Bungoma. Nisome message yake hapa. Kimilembe from Bungoma. It's been a while. I'm back to my favorite colleagues. The issue is Mbuvi has never pronounced my name right. It's all right. That is Okwa Simiti Omutilu. Omutilu. Pana pole zie kupenda kwangu. Unajua saa zingine like tunashinanga tukiambianga we are different nations and the different nations have got different tongues. MC Tonje kama kawaida sema checking in from Muhoroni. So you can check in with us as well if you'd like. Again, like I said, that WhatsApp number is 0116-928-683. 683. If you'd like to call, piga simu nikusikie unasema nini kuhusu hii kitu. Marion Mbogo amesema City, please bring Kioni again. Regeneration. Great Master KE amesema Kioni is right in what he does. Gachagua is campaigning, but when Jubilee campaign they are termed moles. If we forget that Gachagua has been if we forget that Gachagua has been surviving through divisive politics, we shouldn't forget that he's been surviving through divisive politics. And then kuna Felix Mashari amesema, why do we keep we've already tackled that one. Maurice Andate amesema, City, I run a policy engagement program in counties, and I will tell you, people don't do research. People will follow things based on who said it and against whom. People fear the truth because it hurts. And it's on that issue, City, you were talking about people having to interrogate some of the things that we are told. Whether it's about SHA, if you do not go check for yourself, of course, you will find yourself inclined to disagree with someone very strongly. So Maurice Andate amesema a lot of people don't do research. Unakumbuka kuna watu walisema hawatasoma katiba sababu Raila amewaambia. Na kama Raila amesoma hiyo kitu iko sawa. Even there are some members of parliament in the reject the finance bill of 2024. Walisema bro, our party leader has already told us this thing is bad. Ninasoma ya nini? Na huyu ni mtu anafaa kupiga kura.
Na wewe ulimpigia kura ya kuwakilisha.
Unataka kutumia mic?
Wajua hii mic saa zingine inatembeaga.
Yeah. So we get. So there are some folks, to be honest, don't do research at all.
You know, Paul, what is strange about some of these things, remember the promises that are made. There is a constituency in 1992, 1995 called Kipipiri. Kipipiri, there's a by-election. Simply party mengia. Kanu wa campaign, you know they did. Walienda wakaweka electricity poles kwa barabara wakiweka mini ya kwamba tunawaletea
stima inakuja.
Skura ilipigwa. Skanu lost. So they came and took the poles
because they lost. There is a certain MP nasikianga alifanya hivyo pia kwa Ukambani. It is rumored that former Kilome MP Harold Mwao did something. I highly doubt he did that, but inasemekana that he used his own personal money. Forget CDF, what government, no. He came, installed those poles, na watu wa Kenya Power kambua wekeni stima. You know that guy is a billionaire. The moment people didn't vote for him, even if stima ilienda kwa heri ya kuonana.
You know, angewacha stima. It would have made it possible for him to be elected in very many other positions that would come later. Because they would say, wajua,
huyu jamaa alitokea stima.
Yeye let us stima.
But hiyo story wana issue mbaya.
Wajua, the things about politics, you must take these things with a pinch of salt.
Yes.
Usichukue kwamba ni ukweli and there's not the truth besides it. Truth tends to have a certain element of singularity to it. Na ukishaelewa umeelewa. The thing about our politics,
right,
that is abhorrent, the thing that I find despicable, is how individuals who are in the know create narratives they know to be false. And they sell this narrative effectively to the point where it is actually believed. You know this company called Cambridge Analytica?
Yes.
People, we've forgotten about it.
Yeah.
Those fellows had a wonderful propaganda machinery. Wonderful in that they were good at selling what they wanted to sell. Truth be damned, they sold a narrative. And they've done that in very many African countries and Southeast Asia countries. Okay? So it's what they did. You want to win, they create
a narrative.
Yes, a narrative that will work. A narrative that paints a certain individual as being a certain demon.
Yeah.
As we're talking with Jeremiah Kioni here, we were talking about policies, presidents, and positions that they take. Okay? And he said, look, this guy wants us. Quebec was telling us we need to work with Raila. And we're saying, but we campaigned against this guy.
Yeah.
And we don't like this guy. I mean, what's this person talking about? Kibaki had gone beyond the politicking and the narrative creations and the narrative that people had assumed to be true. And he was saying, politically, if we want to move ahead, we have to work with this guy. It's not as though we have an option. We have to. Now, you see, What it tells you that the narrative that had been sold was effective. So they were fighting because you believe this narrative, and then someone is offering you an alternate narrative. It is not it doesn't go down well. When you find people who are in political positions of leadership, and you find them impatient with alternative views, that is a person you must not vote for. Those are early warning signs, just like the Met Department tells us that it's going to be cold this month, it's going to rain for this month. If that person has power, he is impatient with alternate views, and he does not have that position. What do you think will happen when that person actually gets to the position that he wants? You think he'll become more patient? That person will not accommodate differing views. Dictators can be seen a mile away. People who are not democratic can be seen a mile away. You don't need to give them positions of authority. You just need to look at how they manage their political life on a daily basis to understand that this individual doesn't really have the interest of people at heart. Not really. No. She has their own interest at heart, but not that of the people. You see? Now, if we're talking about moving forward with our politics, and you hear lovely terms, united opposition, that's just a term. Every conversation we've had here tells you they're not united. Everybody seems to be pulling from different directions. And this is not us saying, just the conversations we've had. They're not clear about many things. There has to be a commonality of purpose and direction, which they don't have. But you also hear that within this so-called united opposition, the one uniting thing is that they agree that the president must go. Fine. So, how do you want to remove him? And when you've removed him, what do you want to do different? These two things, do you hear it being explained clearly? The answer is no. What you hear is a constant barrage of what is wrong. Look at what he went and said about Tanga. Look at what he went and said. We also live here. It's not as though we don't know. The whole purpose of this discussion about an election, we want to find somebody who's going to tell us how they're going to do things differently. And then we say, oh, this grouping has called itself the alternate government. This is good. Which means the things that don't work, they must have an alternate that works, isn't it?
Yes.
Do you hear of an alternate that works? I don't. So I'm thinking, guys, is it possible for you to at least give us an inkling as to what you're thinking about some of these issues?
You remember, naye alikuja akatuambia hapa stories za kurudisha NHIF.
It was kama wambio.
Kama wambio. Ndio nilikuwa nasema hizo vitu zote zitarudishwa. Kama ni wawaipa
Yes.
Ni wawaipa. So alikuja akatuambia, look, you guys are asking whether the opposition has got a plan. Well, this is a plan. We're going to restore HELB. Hiyo funding model ilikuanga tu sawa. Why they had to change it, hatuelewi. NHIF itarudishwa because isha ni confusing. Na akasema vitu zingine nyingi zenye nimesahau. So he said that basically they're going to get back to what was already working, and perhaps what wasn't working they will change. Oroba told us when she was here on the breakfast show, she said that, look, one of the things that we're going to do is we're going to deal with corrupt people. Alisema wakiingia tu hivi Biblia ikiekelewa chini by their presidential candidate, alisema people are going to be arrested na watu watafungwa, na akasema a lot of money is going to be recovered. Hizo pesa zote zimeenda kuinvestiwa sijui Dubai, pesa zimeenda kuinvestiwa in the Scandinavian countries, pesa zimeenda kuinvestiwa in the US. She said that they are going to recover all that money and bring it back to Kenya. So does that sound like it is a solid plan?
The intention is clear. The how to is not clear. The intention. Remember this particular government came with similar promises. Similar. Audit of the debt, this and this. They came with similar promises.
Tumeweka mikakati.
Yes.
Tumehakikisha.
Yes, they did. So when someone comes and says something similar, what is this thing about what you're saying which is similar to what we heard before that makes it yours different? What is it? Because you're the one who's saying it. No. There's this discussion that we often had when we talk about elections, but we don't have enough of it. How it is that we need to decide whether this is going to be a good president. This place where people practice presidency is where exactly? Where you go for 6 months to practice the president, and you come.
Then you come and say, I interned.
Yes.
At country X, where I was the president for 6 months.
And they threw me out, but I learned.
And this is what I learned. Or this is what I achieved.
The people who can say that they've gone to school are people who are elected once, they lose the next election, and they come back again. You can say this one has had the practice.
Like President Mahama of Ghana?
Yes, you can. Or even Trump. Okay?
Yes.
You can say they have learned. But what Mahama has learned and seems positive is negated by the Trump presidency.
Yes.
You wonder, what did this guy actually learn?
Okay.
Because he was president, so he understands the ropes and he understands what to do. Okay. The thing that makes a presidency work, I asked Jeremiah Kioni about the advisors he has. It is not just who you are, but who you surround yourself with.
Yeah.
Because that is the fodder that will feed into that administration of yours. If you have a listening ear and you have people who mean well for the country like you claim to, then the decisions that are made will be evident that the country is being put first. It won't be something that we have to doubt. We will see it. The evidence will be clear before us. We will be able to see with clarity that
in the world over, City, and I'm on this point of yours, do we have a president who has surrounded himself with the right people? President, prime minister, whatever, whoever is ruling.
They surround themselves with people who they believe will help them carry out their mandate. And they also believe that these are people who will be able to tell them when they're going wrong.
Yeah.
And they also believe that these are people who are experts in their field. If you look at the vetting that takes place when there are appointments made by a president, America is usually the best example.
Yeah.
Whether it's the Senate or the House of Representatives, that person is taken through the ringer, my friend. Ile bangi ulivuta from two.
Yeah.
Wanajua.
Yeah.
That girlfriend of yours whom you beat to the point where she was hospitalized, wanajua na utaulizwa. And that thing was 20 years ago. Utaulizwa.
Do you know of a lady called Susan?
Yes.
Start saying
Susan.
Walijuaje stories za
Susan. Yes, hizo. So and by the time they threw that hata unajui kazi zipati.
Imeenda.
Yeah, because they're proving you are unfit for this position.
Yes.
Okay. Now, we vet, bro. Our vetting process, it's a joke. It is honestly a joke.
Wanacheka na wewe hapo.
No, kucheka is not a problem.
Patiwa China biscuits.
Kucheka is not a problem. Where I have a problem is when we talk about what that person owns. It is not interrogated, bwana. Somebody tells me I'm worth 200 million. Break it down for us.
I think there's some who've, the few times I've listened, someone breaks it down and says, I own a farm in Muguga, worth 100 million, for example.
Yes. Breaking down doesn't mean you're telling us farm, nyumba, flat. No. As you mentioned, flat, you tell us, how did you buy it?
So you want not just the what, but the how.
How? So we know what you do. Okay? We'll even do I'll even do the arithmetic for you and tell you, this is what you've done all along. And this is what you've been earning all along. This is what it amounts to, isn't it? In terms of a bank loan that you could access, is this. From the time you're 20 up to the time that you probably reach retirement age. So explain to us, okay, you acquired this, and then you acquired this and it's worth what? How did you acquire this one? That one.
For example, I remember PCS Mudavadi. He said he's worth 4 billion, I believe.
He said 4 billion.
So and as a solely simple. How did you arrive at 4 billion?
It's simple.
I said, I inherited it from my dad.
Explain to us. What specifically, what are these things that you inherited, and how do you quantify their value to 4 million?
4 billion. Anasema, for example, my dad owned a farm, tea farm, coffee farm, or whatever. And then we also own an abattoir. Huko ng'ombe zinachinjwa hapo zinatupatianga 300 million yearly. I own overseas properties or overseas businesses in London, and I have some at the New York Stock Exchange. That one comes. Akikwambia hivyo utafanya nini, City?
Oh, you still ask more questions. You see, the father was a minister.
Yes, he was.
Ministers earned this amount of money.
You're right.
At this particular point in time, did they not?
They do.
And that farm, in that particular point in time, what did it cost? believe me, if you get granular,
yes,
okay, somebody has to explain.
But when will they get granular? When we have been told that easy vetting processes na kuanga tu process. Ni nani president chagua, whether ni President Kibaki or nani President Uhuru or now President Ruto, ameichagua mkono amechujwa wakienda kwa nominations.
I started by saying I have a problem with our vetting system.
Yes.
And you're qualifying my statement.
Yes. Because if that were something that is credible in this particular side of the Sahara, sitini watu wengi sana wangekuwa knocked off.
Kuna watu wengi who don't bother vying because you know what you're going to be asked.
President angekuwa amebadilisha watu sana. But the fact that tunajuanga these people work hand in hand ni zile za we're going to tick your nominees.
Sasa wangu.
Sasa kitu utanifanyia nini? Ama utatufanyia nini sisi?
The point is this, if something is off, it is off. Okay? The questioning is not what's making it off. The questioning and the response that follows simply brings to life its offness.
Yes.
But you can't have a whole group of people being interviewed and they mention figures of their network which are aspirational, meaning when they vie for that seat next time, they will start you from what they mentioned the last time and said, when I was last year, I said I was worth 300 million shillings. In the time I've now been working, I'm now at 800. So we're supposed to say that just because you've been here for 5 years, you've doubled your income. Ay, Gani. Where? Money doesn't work like that. If you have a business, and let's say you have a foreign exchange business, and something then happens and there's a windfall in that somehow the value of the dollar takes a dip, and you buy a lot of dollars, and then something happens again in 2 months' time, and it doubles. Something happens and it goes up by very many digits. You suddenly make a lot of money, isn't it? How often does that happen? I'm simply saying, and this is not magical thinking, this is not reality.
Yes.
You cannot have a country where people grow wealthy because they tell you they are wealthy. Somebody states they are wealthy, so they are wealthy. You know, I used to do business.
Yeah.
Yes, just hustling. Okay. You need to know what to do. You need to be at the right place at the right time. Yes. And then you know what to buy and what to sell. This person is telling you nothing.
Yes.
But he's explained to you how they do their business. And then if you also know the right people, then you suddenly find that you've made the right decision. Say, hey, bro, what are you saying? Then you suddenly find you've made money. I said, so let me understand you. You said being at the right place at the right time, knowing the right people, and doing business and knowing what to move in which direction at the time. Give me an example of how this thing is done.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's talk about something like maize. Okay. So how do I buy maize at the right time? And if I'm moving it, where do I move it to? Which will be the right place to move it to? And when I sell, where will I know to sell it so that the sale is at the right time? I mean, explain to me in real terms. And then how often does this come? Because are you saying that you did it once and you made this money, or it's something you've been doing over and over again? So explain that to me. That's getting granular.
Okay.
If it's something you do, you'll explain with ease.
Let me ask you, for example, if the PCS, in another 5 years after he was elected, and he comes back and tells us that, now that I want to be, or rather I've been nominated to be the Speaker of the National Assembly. We're talking about Mudavadi here. Alafu ulizo. Hey, so, Mheshimiwa, what is your net worth?
You know that man went to the same school you went to?
Yes, Nairobi school, I know.
Yes, go on.
So, Akisema, suddenly, if his net worth gets to 10 billion.
It's fine. Just explain how it got there. The question is...
him being in the position of Prime Cabinet Secretary, alikuwa na time gani ya kutengeneza?
That's the point I'm asking. I mean, okay, you have to start with the known businesses, and usually the moment you get into that position, whatever position you held in the world of commerce and industry, you resign. Because it will be a direct conflict of interest.
Because even someone who's not a public figure like a minister or a Prime Cabinet Secretary, making money while you're working for government ngumu saa zingine pia.
Why do you think we keep referring to the Ndegwa Commission? Because it opened up this Pandora's box. That commission opened it. So running people in business, in government, were allowed to do business. Now, I mean, you cannot talk about a conflict of interest and give a better example than that one. I am the PS. I am the account holder. I decide. Then you've allowed me to do business. What do you think I'm going to do?
Of course, you're going to do business with yourself.
Of course, I'm going to do business. Because you've allowed me. I will not be breaking any law.
Why should I allow someone else to come and sell tomatoes here? Well, I have a tomato farm. Of course, I'll sell my damn tomatoes here.
Even if I don't have a tomato farm, the leverage I have, I can be a partner in that tomato farm because I don't want my name to be known. But because I'm the one who's going to give you all the business you need, we'll even acquire the next farm and the next farm. So we have a monopoly of supplying tomatoes. Because I have the final say. I'm the one with the purse. You tell me. It is such a massive conflict of interest. But it's what pertains. It is not illegal. No. It's not really illegal.
You know, even in family gatherings, wakisema mbona mwende MC mwingine na mbuvi yako hapa.
Yes, exactly.
Shida ya familia ni hawanilipangi.
Yes, exactly.
I MC every function at home, by the way. Na nikikataa ni makosa.
No, it's not that, because somebody else will have to pay.
I hope my family is not listening.
No, I hope they're listening, because they know they actually need to pay you.
Weddings, funerals, birthdays, rorashio. Someone is getting circumcised. Someone has graduated. Bwana munilipe sasa.
In a little consideration is important, bwana. You know, that talent that they are getting for free has a value. And a very serious value. There are people whose career is doing precisely that. Career. Hakuna kazi ingine anafanya. They just keep making their presentations better and better. I've been to functions where I've seen very, very good MCAs. Excellent MCAs.
You mean MCs?
Ndio MC. Nimeongeza tu A. Lakini ni MC.
Master of ceremonies.
Yes. Ile A ni yangu.
Okay.
Nimeongeza. But, you know, Paul, the little things that we miss out on will come to bite us.
True.
It is for that reason that I say, when you're offered money, don't take it. You will be disempowering that person. They will know they can't come to you with 20 shillings to give them licensure to do what they want. Once you decline that money, you know, they really have to do something for you that makes sense.
Morris Adete amesema anyone who talks about restoring old systems, in this case we're talking about the opposition saying they'll ruddish everything. Anyone who talks about restoring old systems should not be taken seriously. Resources have already been spent on the new systems. What we need is a restructuring of the implementation aspects. Morris, I agree, disagree, I don't know, whichever. But if the old system was working, why the hell did we change it? I mean, that would be my only thing. We can tweak it. We can because anyway, times change.
It's also
it's
a culture that we have in this country where a president wants to leave a mark, and so they'll fiddle with the education system, probably fiddle with the health system, probably fiddle. You'll find something to fiddle with.
Because Morris anasema money has already been spent, for example, on SHA, 104 billion, we were told it was, right? So us going back to NHIF it is to mean that hii 104 tumeitupa kwa dustbin. Lakini, so tuendelee na kitu tu atakani mbaya. Okay, amesema restructure. See, we can just restructure it back to default settings.
You know, the thing is this, the NHIF could have been restructured.
Right.
There's nothing you can't restructure. Remember when we talked to the former IBC CEO here,
James Oswago,
and we're talking about the system. I think, what need these systems? We can't buy a system that lasts 15 years. And he explained, and what he explained made sense. Countries that don't have that problem create their own, which meets their need. But so can we. If we can get people to come and teach in our universities and train people to do things that we don't fully understand, surely we can get the Indians, who are our friends, to come and help us create an electoral system that works for us, given the variables, because they have technical people, they have experts who do this. We bring in foreign expertise all the time. We have 5 years in which to develop this thing and see how it works. And every time you have a by-election, you try it out. You try it out until you get it. But it'll be yours, and we will run it. Now, everything we are talking about here speaks of a culture that we have entrenched.
Yes.
Where every process that's supposed to help the country move forward, and if there's money involved, the focus is not what you are doing. The focus is how much money you can make. So something will not quite go the direction it should.
Yes.
Because of the element of what people hope to gain.
Yeah.
Yes. So even a good system will go completely awry simply because there is that need that people have to have monetary gain from it. It's our curse.
But DK amesema politics is 95% emotion. Logic is just
bless you.
Politics is 95% emotion. Logic is just the 5% used to justify those feelings. The argument that no Kenyan president serves a single term is bound to backfire. It's nothing more than an empty, recycled alafu hajamalizia.
True. You know, something can remain the truth so long as it is the truth and until it isn't. Yes. We didn't think that there'd be multipartism.
Yes. But lo and behold,
it became. We didn't think we would see a new constitution. It was too far-fetched.
Here we are.
We did. All these things that people keep saying are impossible. They're only impossible until they're possible. Yes. And some of these things will be possible much sooner than you think.
Yes.
But the thing I fear is electing a new group of leaders who don't have a plan of how they plan to lead. That I dread. I honestly dread. Because the likelihood of change is there, but in which direction? Change that gives us better lives or change that gives us the worst lives we've ever seen? Yeah.
That's where we come to a halt, folks. This has been awesome. The time right now is exactly 10 in the a.m. We're living in the safe hands of Rania Abdi and Mr. Thigi. They're going to be coming through in the next hour. Halafu after that, mtapatana na Lady Mathai hapo majioni awapeleke nyumbani kwa utaratibu. And then mtapatana na kina Manu Kisiangani, that is, and Halaiki kule jioni on the wind down. So you better be tuned in for that one. As for CT and myself, well, you know the drill. 6 in the a.m. tomorrow morning, bright and early. But until that time, hasta la vista.
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. The Social Health Authority has rolled out revised health insurance benefits aimed at boosting support for patients battling cancer, sickle cell disease, and mothers seeking maternity care. Taking to his X account on Monday, May 11th, 2026, Health Cabinet Secretary Eden Duale said the new packages introduced under the legal notice number 78 of 2026 are part of efforts to widen access to specialized treatment services across the country. DCP leader Rigathi Gachagua has